And 3, 2, 1.
What?
Switch.
Oh my god, I have to make sure that.
Hi.
Hold
What are
on.
you making sure?
It was capturing. It was capturing. What's it called? The non-existent ranch. So I had to switch it to lethal, so people can see my game.
Definitely. Okay, cool. Sweet. Hi everyone. We are back. It is Chaos Twins edition. I've got Allegra here.
And I've got Camden here.
Here we are, the chaoticest duo ever, jumping into Lethal Company yet again.
Woo! Woo!
Super excited.
I'm starting a two-person for us. Oh my god, hold on. I need to make myself unugly. Oh shit! Hold on.
Oh! What?
Oh no, there's a fun new thing. Hold on. Invite friends.
Hold on, let me see if I can jump into you.
I think I just sent you an invite.
Oh my god, that's so nice of you.
Oh, shit. Let me know when you're here.
Alright, I'm loading in.
To complete the onboarding process, you will want to check.
There's some new suits in this.
Ooh, let me mute you here.
Oh yeah.
Perfect.
Look at me.
Thank you for resubscribing. Oh! Allegra, I love Aglaya's design so much.
I know, I'm probably so
wait.
pretty right now.
You are Wait, let me show you what you look like.
Oh no, I'm doing an emote so I can see.
Casters.
Hold on, wait.
let me-
No, you're not ready. You're not ready.
Oh!
I'm your man's. I'm your man's.
Wait. I'm obsessed with this. Dude. We look stunning.
But you know, we could look more stunning right now.
Yeah, we could look more stunning. Let me ourselves look more stunning.
Yeah, I'm very good. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Look at us.
Look at
We're the
us.
most stunning.
Just the stunningest. Beautiful. Gorgeous.
What?
Oh, I thought you got updated, but no.
Oh no, no.
It was just the lighting. The lighting, you looked like really put together for a second, and I was like, hold on.
Oh no, I'm not allowed to be. Oh, see, listen, that's the jaw harp I was telling you about. Hold on.
Oh. The jaw. Let me see. What button was it? N?
You don't see it, but you hear it on the poker face.
Poker face. On the banjo.
Here we go. It's about to go. You hear it?
Hey.
That doing, 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 doing.
That's a
jaw harp.
okay.
Yeah.
That does not sound like what I thought it was going to sound like.
No.
You know?
I was showing Camden some family pictures, and I was telling him how exciting it was for that one, this one musician who was playing a jaw harp, and I had to explain to him, it was like, it's the poker face.
Ooh, so E1 the Herda. That's awesome.
Oh wait, is there a new Herda?
Is Herda in here? Dude, I need to get a lot of Eidolons for Mighty.
No, I don't see the Herda.
Nope. I see Luca.
Luca!
Mighty. Trivy? How big
Wait!
is Trivy?
Oh, what?
Is it cursed?
Yo, wait, it's kind of cool. Hold on.
Oh!
Ah!
Ew!
What do you mean, ew?
That's so big.
Joy it, baby!
No! Wait,
Yeah.
1 week OG Sunday. Oh my god.
Oh, is the 1 week, that's the one that's actually playable, yeah? Playable Sunday?
Okay. Robin.
Wait, what do you mean face shout alt? Why does she get a special one?
Wait! Her model looks stunning.
It's homophobic. Oh, you know why?
Don't we
It's
get
the.
stunning models.
You know why? It's that other mod that has the like the special ones.
Wait, why
It's-
don't we get special ones?
I don't know.
Wait, let's make them make Aventurine and Acheron
Yeah,
look a
like-
little less cursed.
Yeah, come on, guys. Come on.
How is Strips looking?
Uh,
Is she clean or is she?
No, this is
a
all
little
part of the
scuffed?
same mod pack, so it's all like a little
Okay.
scuffed. Let me see. Yeah, she's got like a weird shadow on her back, the way that like we
Okay.
do. But at least there's no like weird hair cutting through the way that like my outfit and my hair combine.
You know, it's a little iconic at this point, I must say.
It's really like it's always how you know what? It's always the test. The most important test is how does it look twerking? And I hate to make this child twerk, but I must see how this child twerks. I must know. How is it?
Very frightening.
Oh, cool.
Like very frightening.
Hey.
Eh.
Eh.
Wait, this is perfection right there.
Oh,
Right.
hell yeah. Oh, yes. Wait,
let's
no,
go.
no. Stay angle. Yeah. Oh, I enjoy this. Oh, I'm sincere. No. Go back. Yeah.
Confirmed. Acheron and Aglaya.
Yeah, what if they kissed? I'm just saying. It's you know what? It's like it's the girlies that have like the Himiko like outfits. Like Himiko and Aglaya have like are just both so fucking gorgeous to me, and I'm like, haha, wait, women, unless. See, are any of the other? Okay, so I know Castoris. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm curious. No, she's got the smaller model, so she doesn't have titty like Himiko and Black Swan and Aglaya do. Aglaya's titties looked chef's kiss. Delicious. Show stopping.
Beautiful.
I just feel
gorgeous.
I just feel very gay in this moment.
As you should.
Okay, do we want to
Yeah.
let me see. Flashlights. Oh wait, do we have
Yes.
$60?
Yeah, well, we're just starting out.
Yeah. Oh shit. So we can get. Okay. Do we want to get 2 regular flashlights and a shovel, or two pro flashlights, no shovel?
2 pro flashlights.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. And let's start game. Woo!
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's get started.
Okay. So we are aware that there are new cat cakes in the cat cake zone, including one
Yes.
that is known as the Dr. You're Huge cat cake, which neither of us
Oh my
know what it
gosh.
looks like. Hey, Cloud baby! Are you my child? Are you my child? Are you my child? Yes, it's my child!
Yeah, it's your child.
Yes, it's
Nemo
usually
does
Molly's
not
child.
like me.
It's usually Molly's child.
I
That's
mean,
why.
fair. It knows its fish brethren.
It's true. It's just like, what if fish? And I'm like, but what if me?
Wait. What?
What? No.
Why did I? Did you hear that?
I heard a wait.
I heard. That was the jaw harp I was telling you about.
I heard a. Oh no. Is it broken and we're getting like. We're hearing
The mimics
different
can't
mimics?
spawn in this early.
Well, they did once. Remember? And then Molly got killed by me. I just heard wee.
Oh, that was me. I went this way.
Oh, okay. Thank
I'm already
God.
at the entrance.
Oh, thank
I
fucking
jumped.
Christ. Whew. It can't be this.
Freaking room.
Anything in there?
No.
Boo.
Okay, see mine.
Yeah, mini Bertha.
And
and a
dead
dead
end.
end. Homophobic. Okay.
Right? Okay, this way.
Ooh. That was us both trying a door at the same time. Okay, let's go right. Nope.
Oh, there's quite a bit of stuff.
Camden, I just heard you.
Me?
Yes!
Stop. Wait, was I saying something cute?
I don't remember.
Kitty!
I am living in terror. Why are we?
I heard you.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I love that we already started off with mimics.
What is going on?
Train station!
Why can we already hear ourselves? Is it a glitch,
Right,
maybe?
and where are we?
Oh, I just heard you again.
Oh my god, key.
And lady.
And Bleedy.
Oh, it's locked. Please
Oh, I just got a key.
open the door. Oh, wow, useless. I'm so happy we used it. Yeah,
You sounded a lot closer.
I'm right here. That's why. Camden?
No, you're... Can we hear each other's mimics?
Random. I think we hear, yeah, random, like, alternate other mimic voice lines. Oh, hold on. Pink
Thank you for
Blossom.
subscribing. Blossom. Oh! Skies. Oh, Yukong.
Yeah.
This?
I also just got, like, a random,
So?
like, spotted.
I'm so proud of myself for doing that.
Oh! Wait, Camden?
What? What?
That's you in front of me, right?
Yeah, I went and turned off the smoke.
Okay, yeah, we're definitely hearing each other's mimics for some reason.
So we're not hearing our own mimics, we're only hearing each other's.
Yeah, what? Oh, Jesus Christ,
No,
fishy.
I know. Nemo is crazy.
Nemo is scaring me right now in the club.
Namor. Dead end.
Nemo.
Namor.
Oh, potential fire exit, but no trust.
Wait, then it has to be a glitch.
Yeah, it's gotta be glitching. Whoa, that's a big Bertha.
Because I haven't seen
Oh, you're down
any of
there.
us. Yeah.
Okay. I keep hearing you. It's like wigging
And I
me
did not hear me.
out. And you keep
So-
hearing me, and I keep hearing you. Camden, we're torturing each other.
Oh no.
Oh my god, we're so lost right now. We are just like going.
Okay, should we try to start finding our way back to the ship?
Yes.
Allegra, Where did I come from? Where did I go? Where did I come from, Cotton Eye Joe?
It is eerie.
Thank you for subscribing. Yeah, what's your theory?
I keep hearing not you, and it's so wild.
Crazy. Okay, so I think there is.
We came from this side.
I hear you again.
Oh, yeah,
I see
I've been
a
hearing-
V-zip engine. I was telling you about.
Ah! Fishy, why?
Fishy what?
Okay, okay.
did.
I know where we are. I know where we are. More or
Yeah.
less.
Okay.
Hold on. Whoop. Oh! It turned the steam on.
Oh, I hear you.
I hear Yippee!
I hear Yippee too. Okay.
I don't want Yippee.
Yeah, we can look closer. Oh my god, I see. Oh my god. Closer. Run.
I think we're going the wrong way. Are we?
For sure. Ah!
What? Oh, slime?
There's stuff.
Oh. That sounded like a bad. Whoa!
My hands are full.
Okay, I can pick this up, yeah.
Oh!
You know. Oh, I hear the button.
Okay, we've got shrimp. My
We
flashlight's
have
gonna die.
to. This is the way we have to go, though. We might be able to go.
Hey. Oh, there it is! There it is! Fuck. It's this way.
The shrimp, yes, fuck. Hold on. If we go around this way, we'll be fine.
Yeah.
No! Stop
Yeah,
it!
we're fine. We're fine.
Oh my
Oh.
god. That's
We did
chaotic!
it.
I want to turn us off.
I
Unless
just
we're actually mimics.
I don't understand. Like, why are we? This has to be a glitch. Maybe when we load in the next one, it'll be fine.
Yeah. Surely.
It better be. Fuck. Munya munya. Munya munya. Munya munya. Okay.
Cute.
Is it the every mob can mimic voice mod? Yeah, but like it should just be us. I don't think a new mod was added unless that mod was changed. Oh.
Everything can mimic us?
That shouldn't be the case.
That should not.
Wait, which mod does that? Because we'll
Turn
fix
it
it.
off.
Yeah. Oh, near activity detected.
Oh! What kind of near activity?
Let's find out. Oh! Well, that.
Oh.
That explains where it is.
Oh, so this was that. Oh my god, Allegra.
Yeah.
Plan. Let's touch it.
No, I don't think it clears everything inside. It's not like the button.
Okay, well, I kind of want to do it anyway.
Well, wait until I leave.
Wait, leave first.
But I want to see if there's anything for Allegra.
So we can go through that door that it's next to.
Oh, fair. Okay.
You said near activity detected. Okay. Which you...
Okay.
Run. Oh my god. Oh!
Oh my
Cute.
god. Okay.
Iconic.
Dope. Oh my god! Ah! Ah! Oh god! Captain! No! Go without me!
Allegra! No! What was that?
I don't know! I'm dying!
Oh my god! Wait, come outside! Outside! Me? Fuck.
Alright, well let's see.
Can I
Manta
grab
shrimp,
you?
hoarding bug, manta shrimp, mouth dog. Oh fuck, there's a mouth dog. Oh, that's so funny. It's in the bracken room. Centipede, manta shrimp, hoarding bug. Yeah, there are no mimics. There's gotta be...
I got hurt. Awesome.
Okay, I wonder...
Oh my god.
Yeah, we have so many cat... Oh,
Well,
shh!
that was a waste.
Camden, shut the fuck up.
Is that the giant?
Oh, there's a giant too? And a dog. Oh, piss. Oh, God. Camden, I'm so sorry. Oh, no. Oh, Camden, I'm praying for you. I am praying for you.
Does the giant see flashlight? Oh, what is it? Oh,
I can't tell if it's like,
Wait.
Camden!
what happened?
Oh, shit. I didn't do
Can't pick
it.
you up anymore.
Oh, forget me. Forget me, Camden. He's cooked. Fuck. Hold on. I'm checking Thunder's store right now. Because there is no reason. And I see skinwalkers. The monsters have learned to mimic the voice of your friends. Mirage.
Fuck. I can't press anything.
Oh,
I
no.
can't press anything. Hold on.
Oh, is it not letting him do the thing? Well, at least he's on the ship. Thank God. What? How? What happened?
I couldn't press anything. My game glitched.
No!
I know. I couldn't pick up your body. I couldn't close the door, and I couldn't push the thing off.
Okay, so I think the Skinwalkers mod, like Skinwalkers.
No, that one's the good one.
No, but I think.
That one's the one that we've been playing with this whole time. We
I
added on
know.
something else later. Skinwalkers is the good one.
Okay, from enemies that you choose, though.
What?
Hold on.
That was so rude.
Yeah.
Okay, your flashlight is in the corner.
Oh, dope. Thank you. Hold on. I'm trying to figure out, like, what's going on with it. Because, yeah, there's skinwalkers, but then there's Mirage and Mirage Core. Hold on. Voice mimicking,
Core.
where
Oh,
all
wait,
players
no.
hear the same voice. Yeah.
No, I think Mirage was the good one.
Yeah, it's alternative
Mirage
to
Core?
skinwalkers and mats. And Mirage Core is just the one that, like, it just does it. Mimic a player's voice. Oh, no, actually, Mirage is... Hold on. I think Mirage might be...
No, that one should be the good one.
It says it gives any enemy the ability to mimic a player's voice.
What? There's a Mirage
Yeah.
Core.
I mean,
Or
I guess we
depending-
can... Let's... Before we do anything, before we change anything, maybe let's go back down and see...
Well, because it says where all players hear the same voice.
Yeah, which we weren't. Because I was hearing you and you were
No.
hearing me. Maybe,
Yeah.
okay, maybe let's start by just going back down and seeing... Well, let's not go while it's stormy, but, yeah. See if we have the same thing happens. And if so,
Yeah.
then...
We'll just
Yeah.
try resetting or something.
Okay, we're going to offense.
Mimics.
Mirage is the one that makes mimics talk, and Skinwalker's the one that makes everything able to talk? Huh. Skinwalkers
ironic.
makes things talk, potentially. Okay,
Okay.
so since we lost everything anyway, you want to just, like, take off Skinwalkers and see what happens? Like,
Sure.
yeah.
Let's...
Oh, I had a
We have to-
Skinwalkers mod once without mimics mod, and things were talking like that. Okay.
We have the mix mod.
We have the mimics mod. I only
Okay,
have Mirage in
disabled
my game. I've never,
Skinwalkers.
yeah. So we've got, but we've got to restart the game. So let's quit and reload. Quit. And then relaunch modded. Hold on, I gotta turn Camden's voice back on. Camden! No, he hasn't brought me up. He hasn't upped my volume.
I upped you.
You upped my volume.
Hello,
Hello,
Jerry.
hello, hello. By the way, that exploratory session got pushed back another week. I want to cry.
Oh.
Someone has jury duty, so it's a week later now, and I'm like, no, please. Please. Christian was actually supposed to have jury duty this week, and he was just like, absolutely fucking not. I have work this week. So we fixed that shit, yeah. All right. Wait, why is it white instead of orange? Hold on. Oh no, more company. Okay, that's fixed. Here,
Oh,
I'm just gonna
perfect.
delete the file we already had, because that feels like a way of having glitches happen. Okay, please join my game. I have to make myself pretty right now. Ugh! Good, fixed.
Wait, invite me?
Oh, okay. Boom.
Welcome to your first day on the job. This is your very own
Play
autopilot
game.
shift, where you will eat and sleep
Pro
for
2.
the duration of your contract.
I accidentally took a screenshot. How did I do that?
Make yourself at home.
How did I do that?
The onboarding process. You will want to check
I
the
don't
instruction
know.
manual and sign into
I
your
don't
ship's
know.
computer.
Great
We trust you will
asset.
be a
Great asset. Great
Great
asset.
asset to the company.
Twerking for a great asset. Did you get my invite?
Working for a great asset. I did, but then I needed to hit online first.
Oh.
So I need to
Do you need a new
go
one?
back into Steam. Yeah, a new one would be cute.
Boom.
Thanks.
All right, well, great asset is gone, but I'm still twerking.
I believe it.
There we go. I have adjusted my twerk position.
Okay, I'm
Oh, yeah.
turning you off in Discord.
Ooh, yeah.
Sweet! Beautiful.
You're right. It is F12. That's really good to know. Now I know how to take screenshots when people look cursed. All right, let's try again.
Hey, let's do it. Warm up round.
Yeah, we're on Steam. It's not even that we both died. It's that, like, we were both confused.
Glitched to hell. Wait.
What?
Oh, crap.
What?
Wait, it says we have 3 days?
Yeah, I
$10?
Yeah, I already bought the flashlights. Don't worry.
Oh, you already... Okay, good.
Oh, no, I was on
like, hold up.
top of that shit.
Oh my gosh, so on top of it. Wait, I want to twerk for The Departed.
Yeah! We twerk for The Departed.
Here we twerk for The Departed on
We sure
this
fucking
stream.
do. Okay,
Yeah,
so
we
I'm
do.
seeing enemies, but I'm not hearing our voice randomly. So this is already an improvement.
Perfect.
All right. Bum, ba-da-da-da-da, bum, bum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-dip-dip, da-da-da-da-dum, dum, dum, da-da-dum, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. All right, we have to teach our mimics new things to say because we had great things that we learned, and now they're gone.
Oh, yeah, we did.
So, we got what?
Ah, yeah, it's me. Ah!
That's so good! That's so good! Camden! Camden!
Oh my
Dr. Yelledge!
god! Doctor, you're huge!
Who else is in here?
Oh my god, it was just the... Oh.
No.
It's like clear your
It's
squish.
Topaz! It's Topaz! It's Topaz! It's Topaz! It's IP3! It's IP3!
Crazy,
It's IP3!
dude. It's like...
It's IP3! It's IP3!
Oh my god. Yes, Crafty Glitches, we found Doctor, you're here.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna do an impression of this.
That...
You're
It says your line!
What?
It doesn't, Munya! It says your line! Hold on.
It says it when you pick it up!
Yes, pick it up!
Doctor.
Oh my god! Yeah!
I love this!
Pick it up again!
Wait.
Doctor, you're huge.
Camden, I think we won the game. Hold on.
We won the game. Wait, this is the best.
Damn it, it's not worth
implementation.
69.
Doctor.
Oh.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I've got an
Dude.
alternate voice for this one. Are you ready?
Do it. Yeah.
Monya. Oh my god, I think we won the game.
I'm obsessed with it.
I
Wait,
think...
that's the greatest mod I've ever seen in my life.
Okay, oh wait, I want a goofy mod now. I want a silly mod for Silly Billies. Aw, dead end.
You
Oh wait,
need
no, not
one
dead end.
with Black Swan.
Yes!
They need to be doing the
Whoa!
tango.
Whoa!
Ah!
Oh, there might already be a mimic. That's already... That's...
Wait, if we both heard it.
What did you hear? Did you hear... Ah! Camden, jump down! Camden, jump down! Let's go!
Wait, who's this? They have a party hat. Snowdrop mode.
Oh! Crafty glitches!
Cute. Oh my god.
Oh my god, wait, Crafty Glitches, it's you!
Oh my god.
It's you! Get us the fuck out!
Oh my god.
No, why am I walking?
Oh my god.
Drive, 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 drive.
Oh my god, I need water.
Oh my god, wait, that was an iconic run. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Wow.
Camden? Okay, we gotta put this Munya Munya down.
My baby.
It's time. Are you ready?
My boobsies.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Doctor, you're huge.
Oh my god. We love
Look at
our
them!
doctors. They're so freaking cute. Are you kidding me?
Well, at least we
Oh,
know
I
which mod is
love
working
them.
properly.
Okay, good.
Okay, so we fixed that. We're gonna have to tell Mina and Co.
To disable them.
Yeah, yeah.
I love this cat cake. It's so cute.
It's the big boy!
Monya, Monya!
Oh no! Wait. Now. wait. Now I'm trying to imagine Jorda going, Monya Monya. In ratio voice. In ratio voice.
So cute.
Oh my god, I want to go back to
Dude.
experimentation. We've had good times on
Let's do it.
experimentation.
We had great times on experimentation.
Oh my god.
Really?
All right,
best.
how do we... Yeah, we need a black swackeron. An Ackerswan black
We need
swackeron.
a black swaggeron!
No, I
I'm
think...
glad it caught on.
No, that's the thing. That's the thing. The shape
Yeah.
is Acheron, but that cat cake
No.
needs to be black swackeron.
Black swaggeron.
The cat cake
So
is black
please.
swackeron.
The
It
cat
is...
cake has to be
Yeah,
black
the blacks,
swaggeron.
it has to be black swackeron. Like, because this is just us. This
Oh
is
my
just
gosh.
us being crazy. Okay, I saw the
It
mod
is.
notes. Crafty, you can never get rid of it. You can't. I know you said
What?
maybe I'll get rid of it. No, don't. You have to keep it forever. It's the great. Oh,
Keep what? What? They're getting rid of.
they were like, oh, maybe I'll get rid of this one later, and I'm like, no, the Doctor, you're huge, and I'm like, no, Doctor, you're huge has to
Huge
say.
is the best.
That's like
Please.
the best cat cake.
Yeah, you can get rid of every other cat cake. Except for Dr. Huge. Yeah,
Okay, good.
Keep it until we're Allegra.
Good.
Perfect. Dude, that is such an iconic cat cake. I love it so much. Thank you for making that
Yeah,
and putting it in.
you kind of popped off with that. Oh,
You
there's
really
another one
popped
right
off
here.
with that.
You kind of popped off with that one. Not gonna lie. Oh,
What? Oh.
wow. Okay, rude.
I just wanted to drop that off.
Oh, I should probably drop mine off too.
Well, it was just, that one was so big, the gear.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna drop it off too though. Hold on. Okay. This way we have room for more stuff. Looks like there's a nice big room.
Hey, I found the oven party address.
Hey! Wait, where are you? Whoa. Hold on. Can I do this successfully? Who is this? Hey! Gamer snack.
There's a fire exit, but I don't know what it. Oh, we have a vent that has been opened.
Uh-oh. I just found 2 Munyas!
Oh my god.
Camden, what was that?
Is that you?
Yeah, that's me right now. What was that before?
Okay.
Why were you screaming?
I found. Wait! Don't move! Look there.
Oh!
Up.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah. Okay. Okay, we hate that.
Wait. What is that?
What is what? Oh, a
Oh,
key.
it's a sea mine, I think.
Oh, another sea mine over here. Oh, that door was wholly unnecessary.
Damn.
And that's a dead end. Cool. Cool.
I hate
Gee!
centipede.
Ugh.
Bless you.
Thank you. Oh. Okay.
Okay.
Oh. That's another sea mine. Okay. I have 2 gamer snacks.
Cute.
If we hadn't already
Where
gotten pickles and
are we?
gears. Oh, I have a vague sense of where we are. Hold on.
Oh, cute.
Hey, big room. Okay.
Yay. Oh, I see pickles over here.
Pickles, pickles, pickles.
With little gift jar of pickles.
Gift jar of pickles!
That's so cute.
My pickles! Oh, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's safe. Do we want to head in the direction of back right now? Like, how do you want to do this?
Yeah.
Okay. It was through here. Is there anything over here? Nope. Yeet.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, where?
It's this
Where'd
way.
you go?
Camden!
Yeah.
I'm over here! I see your light! I see your light! Here we go.
Hi.
Ah.
Here we go.
I hope my
Yes.
mimic learns. Camden! Oop, I
would
see
be the
shrimp
greatest.
over there. Okay, we're gonna
Oh, cute.
walk
shrimp.
around it. Ugh. Okay,
Another shrimp.
this is not the way.
This is. I remember here before though, so we're getting closer. Ah! I almost touched it.
The shrimp? Oh, the mine. The mine, yeah.
The mine.
It's this way, and then to the right.
Oh my god, it is.
All right.
Let's do a pit stop and then try fire.
We.
Hopefully it's not the exact one we just passed.
That would suck. But also, like, I'm so devoted to making sure that, like, our cat cake babies survive. Like, we have one of the most important cat cakes right now. Camden? Oh, right, you're slow.
What?
You're slow right now,
Yeah,
I
I'm
forgot.
very slow. Camden's little cayute is now part of my friend group's vocabulary. That's funny. Oh my god, I love the
It's, I love them! My pickles! My
gift jar
pickles!
is the cutest. Ah! So cute there.
Okay, fire exit. Oh, no. How about not?
What?
I see,
what do you
I think
see?
it's you. Yeah, it's you.
Oh my god, am I so cute? Hi!
Are you calling out to yourself? Don't do that. I'm gonna fucking leave you. Camden! Camden! What the fuck? Oh, Jesus Christ on a cracker. Don't. Ah! Fucking hell, I'm staying here. I'm staying here. And I'm gonna pace like an impatient mom. Actually, no. No. I'm gonna do... Wait, no. There we go. What is he doing? Is he still running around after himself?
So cute.
Wait, no! Camden, is that you?
Okay, where?
Camden?
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Damn.
Nope. Leaving. Bye.
Okay.
No! Camden, I'm sorry! I'm sorry! Oops. We're right there. I'm sorry. He ran up to the door
He did.
Yeah, he tried to
I saw
get. He
him.
tried to get in. I had to close the
I
door,
know.
and then I didn't.
That's
I didn't
okay.
know you were right there. Otherwise, I would have not pressed the button.
All good.
I'm sorry. I got so scared.
No, you're okay.
All right. Want to just go back to experimental? Experiment.
Sure.
Yeah. It's like we're right here. I did save the cat cakes. That's the thing.
Namine, I have an answer to that. It's you. It's Astra. It's Astra Yao. You are the best singer.
Yeah, I had to leave both Camdens behind.
Damn.
Acheron leaving Rini and the Nihility real.
So sad.
Look. Look.
All right. Let's just see what we can find in round 3.
Let's go. Oh, boo. It's dark.
It's real dark.
All right, well, let's go here. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Homophobic.
Iconic.
But you're like iconic, and I'm like homophobic. Okay, let's go. Nope, we can't go that way. All right. Wait, whoa, Camden, careful, careful. Turn around. Look to you. Look over there.
Where did that come from?
That's just like right there. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna just not go that way at all. All right.
For sure.
Let's go this way. Let's go.
Okay.
Ah! Bracken.
Oh my god. I saw.
Okay. I do not
He's probably
perceive.
gone now, right?
I do not perceive. How is he out so fast?
Right? He just wants to say hi.
I don't want it.
Where are we?
Well, let's see what's...
Apparati.
Nothing in here but the
Anything?
apparatus itself. Are you fucking...
Oh, wait, metal sheet.
Oh, well.
Colors.
Wanna just go for the fucking... Oh, wait, hold
What?
on.
Where did you go?
I'm right here. Oh, and that's a dead end. Do you want to
Okay,
just go
okay.
for the fire exit? This is kind of lame.
Sure.
The Bracken camping the door in Camden's last stream? Oh my god, what happened?
Dude. The last stream was crazy.
Oh my god.
I did a little solo lethal run and there was just things.
Pickles! Okay.
Is it because
This is the one. That is not the one.
to the right of the door
Yes.
is the good one.
Oh, boo. Okay. This is where we were. But just the
Right
other
where
side of
we
it.
were.
Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me?
Anything else? That door was locked, right? Oh no.
No, it's unlocked.
Tattered metal sheet. $11.
Oh, I think I know who this is.
Who is he?
You tell me.
Spicy pomegranate.
I think that's your man's. Your other man's. Your new man's.
It's mighty.
It's your Greek man's.
Oh my gosh.
Let it never. Yeah, obviously.
I
Oh, wait, no. Ratio
love
is
that.
also your Greek man's. Oh my god.
Right? Well, there's a type.
Okay, yeah, this is just here.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, a key. Hold on.
Hey!
Let's try this door, I guess.
Well, ain't that convenient?
Wow!
Oh! Not iconic.
Not iconic at all.
Shall we head to the cell stuff and then get a flashlight for me?
Yeah. Ah!
Oh!
Careful.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Camden, look away,
Wow.
look away, look away.
I am looking away. What do you mean?
Oh, it was coming up on me.
Where do we go?
Okay. It was this way, right?
Where?
Yes. All right, let's get the fuck out.
Oh,
Whew.
cool.
That was bad. Okay. Yoink.
Oh, Bracky.
Oh, Bracky. Bracky the Bracken. The Brackenista.
Brackenista.
Brackenista. Oh, hold on. We got a little spring baby. Hold on. Look at I. Whee! Haha, nice.
Wait, I want to go. Turn around.
Every now and
Every
then I get a
now and
little
then I
bit
get a
lonely
little
and
bit
you're never coming round.
Turn around.
Every now and then I get a little bit terrified.
Turn around.
Wait, every now and then I get a little bit terrified, but then I see the look in your eyes. Yeah, okay,
The
so
babies, they're
right
all
now this is like
together.
so geared towards you, and I just like want to say, what if this were more geared towards
love
me and my
that.
tastes? What if this were like,
Right. Look at the little babies.
he ran away because you guys weren't Monarch? Yeah, it's true. If it were Amma, it'd be like, oh shit, hi, baby girl.
Absolutely. Baby girl.
How did I sustain any injuries? Because I didn't.
around.
Maybe from Landon.
Damn.
I don't know. Okay. Calm. See. The birthday hat cat is for Crafty Glitches, the maker of the mod.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let
We
me.
love that.
You can use the terminal to
Hold on.
route power fiber to the company building.
Trying to grab it. There we go. Yay!
Yay, I have one too.
Why is Doctor so huge? Why is it Doctor?
Because
huge?
he is huge. It's lore accurate. All right. Time to sell. Let's take that.
Okay, we have to keep a birthday
that.
cat.
We have one birthday cat.
Yeah, we have to keep at least one birthday cat.
Yes.
And also, Doctor, you're huge, obviously.
Of course. Turn around.
Oh, yeah, I grabbed Topaz. It's okay.
That's okay.
We can't
Who's this?
hoard too many. It's a
Game for
Silver
snack,
Wolf.
okay.
Yeah. We can't hoard
Silver
too
Wolf.
many. Oop.
Okay. We're good.
Okay. I'm gonna grab 3 pro flashlights right now.
Cute.
Once it gets sold, obviously. There we go.
Sound guten Tag.
Shovel. Oh, hold on. D. Show. God damn it. Show 2.
Oh.
There we go. C. There we go. That's 2 shovels and
The baby.
3 flashlights.
Flashies.
Flashies.
You got the flashy.
What a flashy.
Turn around. Now then. Okay, I got the flashies.
I've got 1 flashy and 2 shovels.
Thank you for subscribing.
Woo! Oh, you too. Oh wait, no, that was to you. Whatever.
There
Fine.
we go.
Don't subscribe to me. Whatever.
Oh! Oh my god.
We need to find an Acheron. Who else do we need to find? And a Black Swan,
Molly.
obviously. Molly,
Oh my
obviously.
God,
and
and the
Mina.
Mina cat
And
cake.
Mina. Oh, you just got Penance and Arknights? Thank you. Oh, Elite 2.
Ooh.
Nice. I don't think I'm technically supposed to talk about that one right now. I don't know what its status is. But yeah.
Thank you. Turn around.
Munya, munya.
Oh, thank you, Avaricia.
What should I order myself for food? Because I'm gonna have to order it.
Taco Bell.
No, I got
Too much Taco Bell.
Well, no, I got milk tea for lunch, and I got some more of those what's it called?
So good.
I got my taiyaki, so I'd love
Okay.
to get something else and maybe something a little healthier. But let me look really quick.
For sure. I feel that.
Wanna do my goop salad? Christian's too busy playing fucking Magic the Gathering tonight. I just think it's so rude of him.
So inconsiderate.
Yeah, he said Bill. I think by Bill he means Bill Butts. But he said Bill wanted to play Magic, and so he's going to play Magic. Oh shit. Okay, so our only choices are experimentation and vow. Just so you know. Do you have a preference?
I don't. You
Okay.
choose.
Do I want to get a chopped salad or something else?
That sounds like it could be good.
Yeah, I just know sometimes like salads have more calories than you want, so I'm just like paranoid. A bitch is trying to lose weight, so.
Oh my gosh, that reminds me. I need to go to the gym.
I want to go to the gym, but I haven't yet. Well, no, I mean I did go to the gym. Sorry, I spaced out. Hold on one second. There we go. Do I get a salad? What do I get?
Oh.
What do I get? Yeah, do you see?
Thank you so much for resubscribing.
Ooh, I could also get udon.
Ooh.
I could get udon. I could get a salad.
mouse.
I'm just like trying to think what, like, other than like the salad from Goop. Like that's the only thing I can order, and Christian's like, oh, I don't necessarily like that ordering from that place. So I'm like, but do I want to order from there? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
when I'm solo, I'm like, oh, this is my opportunity to like order from somewhere that Christian's a little bit more meh about, as opposed to a different day. Hold on.
Turn around every now and then. I get a little bit closer, come closer, and I just can't pull myself away.
I just can't stop.
I just can't stop.
I just can't stop. Da 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 ba 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 I just can't stop.
I just can't stop.
I just can't stop. Yeah, I'm so torn. I don't know what to get.
Okay, what are the options?
Okay, so I can.
Do we have any options?
Okay, so I can get udon.
Okay. Oh wait. How about my chat votes for what you get?
Well, it's a shared chat, so it doesn't matter.
Can we do like a poll? Because I was gonna do a poll.
Okay, I wonder if it'll show
Does that
up in
apply to
both.
everyone?
It
Let's see.
might. Okay.
Okay. So new poll. What does Allegra order? Okay. What are the options?
Okay. Delicious salad,
Delicious salad,
beef udon,
beef How the hell do you spell udon?
UDON.
Okay.
We'll put Taco Bell in. I'll put it in. I'll put it in. Legally.
Okay. So we have 3 and we have space for 2 more.
Okay. Chipotle.
Chipotle.
And we'll put pasta as the last.
Pasta?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's do 2 minutes or 1 minute?
Let's do 1 minute.
Okay. Everyone, you gotta vote fast. Okay, are you ready? We've got 5 different options for Allegra. Starting poll now. Oh, hold on.
Oh.
Now. Okay.
Okay, it's not in mine.
Order?
It's
Oh,
not. It's
only
definitely
mine?
well, it's not in my view right now, but.
Okay. So, delicious salad, beef udon, Taco Bell, Chipotle, and pasta. Let us know. You have less than 1 minute to decide Allegra's fate.
So that Allegra can place an order. Use all your fucking bits too. Like, let's go. Like,
I know, right?
Like, you know, like
Oh,
truly.
it's like overwhelmingly beef udon right now.
Ooh.
Ooh, the people have spoken.
The people. Okay, but let's see. Let's see if anything
By
pulls
a-
ahead.
Okay, no, that is the hugest margin I've ever seen in my life.
Oh my god.
Dude.
Okay, you're gonna have to show me a screenshot of this.
Okay, well, once the results close.
Well, I'm just gonna go ahead and start making this bowl right now, honestly.
Yeah. Okay, it won.
Okay, I also had I had Chinese food last night, so I had soup.
cute.
I had soup dumplings and scallion pancakes last night. I was just kind of vibing with that.
Hey.
Okay, with
Okay, let me
extra
go to
scallions
pictures.
because
Let
I'm a
me
woman
send
of
you
culture.
the results. Okay, I sent it on Discord.
And I'm getting
And we'll post them
some
up here.
fresh veggies for it.
Hell yeah, brother.
Hell yeah, brother. And what's in here? Ooh. And what if I got some extra nudes? I'm gonna get some extra nudes. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, get all the nudes.
Hell, so many fucking nudes. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Oh, they do have a vegan broth at this place. Okay. Okay.
So good.
Sor. Oh yeah, okay. They've got let's see, this Sanuki style udon. But what's in it? Is it like oh yeah, you can get ground soy in it. Alright.
Oh.
So there are options for
Nice.
Camden's here now. Let's go.
Okay.
You love to see it.
We do love to see it.
Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna place this order as is. Perfect. Add $16 to save $12 with promotions. You know what? I think I'm good. I don't think I need to do that. No thanks. Priority, please, because it's better when more shows up. And I'll give $2 to the store. I'm feeling generous. Plus my tip.
That is
oh
so
my
nice
god.
of you.
Oh my god. Send nudes, yeah. It's true. I actually write that.
Send nudes.
Nudes. Okay. All right. So, vow or experimentation?
Let's try vow. Let's mix it up a little bit.
All right.
Now, we can't go a little crazy. You know, we still have to come back alive. We have all of the babies. We have Rini, Ratio, and Mighty.
Real. Wow. Yeah, you're right. That was quite a lead.
Yeah. Dude, the people have spoken. The 15 of you who voted for Taco Bell, I see you. I see you.
Let me see.
And I respect you.
I was there. Delicious salad only got 4 votes. You know what? Y'all really sitting
They
here. The 2 healthiest options were the ones that were like the least voted for. I'm just saying.
Right.
Because I get a bowl from Taco Bell and it's amazing.
it's would hope for, you know? It feels like it's just the ingredients that go in a taco, but like they just put it in a box.
Yeah, and it's fucking delicious.
I'm like, I'd rather just get it inside of a cheesy gordita crunch.
I mean, that's fair. Oh, I started running as if this were March. That's so funny.
It's March. It's
It's
not
March. It's March. Holy shit. Wait, we were doing that entire we did that entire food talk from the menu, which means hopefully us talking about different restaurants is going to make it into what our mimics talk about. I just love this for us.
Let's go see. Let's go talk to our mimics.
Let's go find out. I'm so slow. No!
I know. I know.
The children do
Here we
not
go.
yearn for the mines.
No, they do not yearn for the mines.
Oh, good. You guys say it's March a lot. I love this for me. I love this for me, and I love this for all of you. Dead end over here. All right.
Dead end downstairs.
Let's check straight ahead. Wait, holy shit.
Yeah?
I think it's oops, all dead ends. Oh, wait, no, it's not. Okay. What?
There's a cat pic under the rubble.
What?
Oh my god, I got it. I got it. It's Tribby!
Oh,
It was
Tribby!
under the rubble.
Oh my god, poor Tribby!
I know, right?
Let's go. Anything up here? This is rich coming from someone who was like, ew, about Tribby before. Oh, hold on. Oh, that was you.
What?
I thought I heard something like a running sound that made me unhappy. I was like, ugh.
No. 'Tis just I. Oh my god, Allegra.
What?
They also fixed the elevator.
What do you mean fix the elevator?
Like, you can put your scrap on the base of the elevator and it goes up when you go up with the elevator.
Oh, nice. Okay, that's
I
good.
know. It's so good. So it's like, you just put everything there.
Let's see mine. Okay. Okay, that's a dead end.
From here.
Let's check down here. Oh,
Let's see. Let's see.
that's a dead end. Okay. God damn, at least we found something. Oh, I found the mines.
Oh, where?
This way.
Down here?
Yeah. This way.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, who
Alright,
this?
let's-
Who this? Who this?
But Lulu.
Oh, no, it's Locha.
Yeah, Lulu.
Oh. Oh, it sounded like you said bye, Lulu.
Oh no.
Oh, did you just get another one?
Yeah.
Whom is it?
I think it's Jeffy. Dead.
Oh my god, everything's dead.
Okay, I think we're fine. I thought I heard thumper.
Oh, we found another birthday cake.
Cute. What?
Oracle cake.
Ooh, oh, Hania?
Oh, that's who it is. Okay.
Yeah, I think
Oh, and
it
that's
for
the
this.
water, so we're not doing that.
Oh, the water? Wait, let me see.
No, down that way. I ain't going.
What? I kind of want to see if I can do it.
No, I'm not. Bye. Oh,
Wait, Tim.
shut up. That was a me mimic.
Okay, I thought I was hearing you.
Wait, every now and then I get a little terrified, but then I see the look in your eyes.
Oh my god. Allegra mimic, can you be less iconic?
Yeah, and it's fucking delicious.
Wait, that's so good! Camden!
Okay.
Ah!
Nothing in here but the apparatus itself. Are you fucking...
Oh my god. Alright, alright, alright. I'm going up. Oh! Hold on. Let me just grab that so that it's in a safe spot. Hold on. And I'm just gonna put this right here. I think that's me coming for me. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Okay, 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 okay. I will come back for Tribby. Okay. Shit. Okay, it might not be safe. Oh, he's dead. Okay, yeah. I want to go back for Tribby, but I just don't think it's safe right now. Yeah, I think. Oh, damn, a lot of stuff over there. All right, yeah, I'm leaving. Oh, we should have bought the thingy. Damn it. Hold on. Yeah, woof. Yeah. All right, so you died exactly the way I assumed you were going to die.
Well, what had happened was I went in the water and I made it a cake, and then I found a snare flea, and then I ran away, and then as I was going back under the water, the snare flea followed me into the water, and then it got me, and then I drowned with it on my head.
Oh, well, at least you took it out
It was
with
a pretty
you.
brutal way to die.
Yeah, sadly, I had to leave Tribby Cat behind.
That's okay.
I wanted to grab her, but like as I was leaving, the elevator was going back down, and I'm pretty sure.
Oh, I know. It was you.
It was the other me. Yeah, I was like, cool. And then as I was running into the ship, I heard the giant, so I was like, no, it's too risky to go back now.
It's time.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Val seems fine right now, but let's see.
Okay.
We can do offense or experimentation.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's try offense.
Okay. The other thing I want to make sure we do is we have to buy a teleporter.
Okay.
No, March is eclipsed. I'm not going to March. Absolutely not.
We are never going to March.
Oh, no, we will.
No, we're not. I can never find my way back. Ever.
Oh, it won't let me
Alright,
do
I'm
it from
heading
here?
over.
That's so annoying. Okay. That's annoying. All right, I guess we'll have to buy it later. March is the worst planet. Fuck y'all. Well, if Camden sticks with Allegra, we don't have to worry about it.
Yay!
Let's go!
Up we go. camera on the left. We look, I'm collab. I hate March. Oh my god, I wanna. I'm gonna post all of those VODs up to YouTube so then we can watch them again.
All right, let's see what's around.
Ooh.
That looks like a
lots of-
mine. Oh, that's a turret. Okay.
Lots of darkness.
Yeah, hate this. All right, let's just go straight this way. That's
Let's
another.
do-
Careful.
mine.
Yep.
Oh, a door and a sea mine.
Oh, lovely.
But is there anything past the sea mine?
Oh, hey, big room. Or, sorry, train station, I should say.
Train station!
Yay! Okay, we both found. Oh wait, no, we did. You did not run in.
No, I
That way.
did not find it.
Okay.
Yay!
Yay.
But I love a good train.
That's a Gallagher. Okay,
Dude,
that's more that way.
I
Oh shit!
can't
Ugh.
see.
Well, you're gonna have to use the
You
flat.
are hate who I found.
Oh, is it Daniel?
Yeah.
Wait, did you not grab a flashlight?
No.
You're stupid.
Oh, we had extra. Oh my god.
I
What do I know?
bought us multiple, and then I forgot to charge mine, so now we're.
Oh shit. Now we're.
Oh, it's. No, that was my flashlight turning off. It's dead now.
Yeah, oh, well, Alex, we're in the dark together. We should probably find a way back to the ship.
I have a sense of it. Okay, there are some bottles there.
Cute.
I just want to see if there's anything no, dead end anyway. Okay, cool.
Oh,
cool,
cute.
cool. Okay. I know the stakes are higher now that we have special babies.
We have special babies. And it's dark as fuck.
So it's this way down here.
And then
It's
it's through here. Oh. Is it through here?
Yes.
Not through here, because there was a. Okay, the room with a hole in the middle.
Whoa! Fuck!
Pickles!
Damn it!
And whatever this is.
Damn it!
Hey. Who's this? Rappa? Maybe.
He didn't even notice!
Welt.
He didn't even notice I
What
fucking
are-
died?
Hold on. I have
Oh my God.
So much stuff. Not the egg. Let's just close that and say we didn't see it.
Wait, is he like letting go? of
Allegra.
cat pigs? At least it's just the two enemies right now.
Okay.
Oh, he's lost though. He's not gonna be able to find his way back.
So much stuff.
Well, at least he'll find my corpse. Oh wait, no, he won't find my corpse.
Allegra.
My corpse is that way. No, turn around. All right. Well, I think he should just head back to the entrance.
Oh.
Careful. Oh no, that's not the way. Camden, no.
I can't see shit. Hey?
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Wait, that was the one I think, wasn't it?
Oh! Turret. Oh!
There we go. Just leave.
Not gonna lie.
Camden, leave.
Impressed with myself.
Yeah, I'm proud of
I
you,
really
Camden.
didn't think I'd make it out of there alive.
Yeah.
But what do I know? Let's just do a cute, quirky little trip back ship, grab a little flashy, and then we'll see
Confirmed.
where Allegra's at. Okay.
Confirmed.
Oh, these bottles are heavy.
Thanks, Haley. Okay, cool.
And I don't think I want to go back to the other 3 items that were in that place because, oh, come now.
Let's hope Allegra isn't dead.
Because they are not worth it for me getting lost. Cute! Okay. Allegra. Oh,
Yeah.
damn. Well,
Just
I
leave.
guess we'll just go.
Yeah,
We'll get
just
Allegra
go.
back in the game.
Just go. Ain't worth
and then
it.
we'll move on.
Ain't worth it.
Flashlight time.
Oh no, how many do we have? Do we not have enough for everyone? Fuck!
Sweet. Oh. Well, we made it out.
Yeah. Yeah, I walked into a mine. Or not a
Oh,
yeah.
no.
Not the land mine, the sea mine.
See mine, okay.
Yeah. We don't have any more flashlights in there, do we?
We do. We have one more and a shovel.
I'm just gonna buy
So
two.
you are stocked up.
I'm just getting one more anyway, just to be safe.
Okay. Sounds guten Tag.
Okay. Ooh, offense is flooded. Let's not do that. And, let's go back to experimentation. Unless you want to go back to Val, whichever one.
No, we are good. Let's go back. Boop. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Da.
Bum, bum, bum. Ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Dum, da, da. La 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 la. Ba-da-da-da-dum, ba-da-da-da-da-dum. Ba-da-da-da-dum, ba-ba-dum. So do you want to go in while I wait for my flashlight, or do you want to wait for me?
Sure. Let's go.
Bye. Bye. Bum bum bum. Da 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 la 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 da 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 ba 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 bum ba bum. Ba da 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 bum ba da dum da da dum. Ba da 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 bum bum ba dum. Ba da da dum bum ba da dum ba da dum ba bum bum. Da da ba ba da ba da ba dum. Beep. Yeah. Fishy! I'm in heaven. Okay. I'm glad I waited.
Okay.
Hello. Dum, bum, bum. Anything good that way?
Everything in this way is a dead end.
Oh. Hi.
And then this way starts the. Whoa!
Whoa.
It took my flashlight.
Oh, all our shit dropped.
Wow, what a quirky look.
Wait, where's mine?
Oh, I took
there.
yours. There's mine.
There we go, there we go, there we go. Okay, woof.
Okay, careful, see mine.
Yeah, that's to get extra warning now.
A dead end over this way. So we gotta try this side.
Yep.
See mine again.
Uh-oh. What was that?
Did you hear that?
I heard something. I heard a mine. Or rather, not a mine. I heard a grate open.
I thought I heard a centipede thing, like before it drops.
It could be. It could have been it spawning.
Ugh, I hate those.
Me too.
So rude.
I know.
Dead end over there. Let's try downstairs. 2 doors.
Fire escape.
Oh, let's try it. See if it's the real or the fake.
Give it a go.
Let's give it a go. Real one.
Wow!
Okay, that's good to know because I kind of don't want to go back up.
I don't want to go back up either.
Pickles!
The pickles. Oh! Violet.
No, oh, 2 mines here. Careful.
Oh, damn. A door.
Leading to a dead end anyway, so let's just fucking ignore it.
Ah. Locked door over here.
Je ne have pas a key.
Oh, cute. Wait, did you pick up Hunt March?
Yes.
Okay, good. I was like, I realized that I don't have her anymore.
Yeah, I picked her up. Oh, another locked one. Okay, so that's 2.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Oh, there's a thing.
What thing?
Oh well, there's a
Oh, a gear.
the thing that we hate. Yeah.
Yeah, fuck that thing. Well, we can see if there's a way around to it.
A key.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, let's try that one because it looks like there could be more stuff that
At least
way.
there's guaranteed. Well, there might be another locked door. That would suck.
That one's locked.
Okay, that one's open.
The one next to
I had a feeling
the
that
gear
one
is
was locked.
locked. Yeah. But it doesn't matter because we can walk around that space anyway.
Sweet.
Okay. Oh, we got a big room.
Train? Oh no. Room with a hole in the middle.
Room with a hole in the middle.
I hate this gear so much.
Mina! Oh my god, wait.
You found Mina?
Wait.
What?
It's my wife. You have to get my pickles. It's Swanaroonie.
Okay.
Hold. Oh my god, wait. I have, with the exception of not having Robin,
Thank you so much for subscribing. Yeah? With the exception of Robin?
with the exception of not having Robin, I have Mina and at least 2 of her girlies right now.
Oh, cute.
Yeah. Okay, it's around this way.
Alright, let's... Oh, I heard a vent.
That's a what's it called? Wait, no, that's the wrong way.
Oh, damn.
It's... Wait, which way
Oh,
is
I hear
it?
shrimp.
Yeah, wait, which way is it?
It was one of these ways. Maybe it's this way?
Oh, it's here, it's here, it's here.
Found it?
Yep,
Yay! Which way?
this way.
Oh. Let's get up.
I mean, let me confirm. Yes.
Ah!
What? What?
Hit me.
Oh!
Somehow.
That's so weird!
I know.
I was
You must
hitting
have
the
just scraped my chin.
door!
It's there. Okay. Now we need to find Acheron cat cake.
It's true. Oh, is my food here? Oh, it's almost here.
Okay, good.
Okay.
All right. Up we go.
So loud.
Bailu. I know, that one's so loud.
Okay. We gotta make sure. Okay, okay. No offense.
Yeah?
I think Mighty needs
What?
to move.
Oh.
And I think the birthday ones need to move because this is for... This has to be for Mina.
Our iconic
and,
ones.
Yeah.
Okay.
We gotta get Mina on here and we gotta get Black Swan on here.
Cute. Okay, Mighty goes.
And I think March also needs to
Next to
go
the ship.
because it's March.
Oh. It
It is March.
It is March.
It is March. Aw, March and Mina are cuddling.
I wish we could point them in the right direction.
I
Let's go to
know.
the service manual.
He is a mighty good man. He is. We do like
He
him.
is.
We
Look
do
at him.
like him.
We love Mighty.
Just sadly. Whoa!
Doctor, you're huge.
That was weird. I
Love.
feel like I just took damage.
No, oh my god, the clown fish. No, he fixed me.
Doctor,
I
you're
now have full health.
Oh, nice. Hold on, I'm trying to get him
Wait,
into
he's
more of a
facing-
corner.
You're
He was in the corner.
huge.
No, like actually in the corner.
Oh, cute, cute. He's
Okay.
perfect.
All right. I'm just trying to make sure there's room for all of us here. Oh, I think my food is downstairs.
Sweet.
Okay, perfect timing. I'm gonna call and ask them to bring it up. Woohoo!
Cute. Do it. Ba da ba ba dum bum.
Hi, it's Allegra. Can you bring my food up, please? Thank
Allegra.
you. Bye.
Sweet.
Oh, perfect. Okay, yeah, let's go
Yeah.
to the company. And someone's gonna bring it up.
Let's go.
Let's a fucking go.
Let's a go.
Let's a go.
That is Amore.
That is Amore. We got good stuff to sell too. That's nice.
We do, right?
Yeah. Land.
All right.
Ooh. Ordering from Popeyes. That's good shit too.
Here we go.
Status level safe.
Cute. Okay. What else? All right.
Alright, let me get that teleporter immediately. Oh, thank God. Okay. And we should get some more store. We'll do some Pro 3. Pro 2. Yeah.
Okay.
And then, do we want one more shovel?
I'm okay without it.
Okay. Well, I got us a
Are there
teleporter.
cozy lights?
Oh,
That's the most
let's
important
find
thing.
out.
Check it
Cozy?
out. Check it out.
No, boo. All right, what is in stock? The record player is, but
Who am I pulling next? Aglaya and Mighty.
So excited for them.
oh, are they the next two banners? Who's rerunning with them?
I don't know.
Oh wait, no,
uh,
Aglaya is next. Aglaya's next.
Aglaya's next, and then Treevy, and then
Hold on.
Mighty.
Hold on.
Yeah. Burn, burn. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. I can't twerk. Yeah. Tragic. Oh. There we go. Beautiful.
Oof. Legs are starting to get sore from all that working out I did.
Ah, damn. Putting in that work.
Store. Okay.
Oh, thank you, Crafty Glitches, for subscribing.
Yeah.
Let's put this flashlight down right there.
Flashlight.
Flashlight we.
Let me get my steam. Whew. Let me get my soup set
Beautiful.
up. Hell yeah, let's fucking go.
Hell yeah, brother.
Hell yeah, brother. And my extra nudes. Yes. Is it hard to get big ratio cake? Hard to say. We got it so quickly.
We
Like,
did.
we lucked
because
out
Ratio
really
loves
hard.
us.
Oh shit, they didn't provide utensils. Hold on.
Oh no. Aw, thank you so much, Mars. You're huge. The doctor is huge. We are happy to have him on board. That's the funniest thing. He's so huge. I love it. And Mighty. Look at that.
Oh, then you might be better on with a chopstick. All right.
Okay, let's go to our moons.
What do we got?
Just assurance.
Oh. Is it?
Let's land.
No, it looks like the aventurine cat cake. It looks like the aventurine cat cake on top of the ratio is the same size.
Yeah. He's like normal sized. It's just the doctor that's big.
Huge, even.
Huge, you might say.
All right, I'm heading over.
delicious nudes. Your Acheron to level 80 or your ratio to level 80? I mean, it kind of depends on your team comp, honestly.
What?
Oh. Someone was asking who they get to level 80. I mean, if you have an Acheron team, get her to level 80, you know?
Hell, brother.
Oop, dark.
Very.
Oh, what is pickles? And hold on.
Oh, wow. Oh, my baby.
Here.
Oh my God.
For you.
Doctor, you're little.
Doctor, you're little, and Doctor, you're huge. How can he be so little and so huge at the same
I have
time?
Molly. I have Molly.
What, really?
I have Molly.
We got Molly. We got two
We have
types of
Molly
doctor.
and ratio.
Two types of doctor. Whole types of doctor.
Two. Double the doc. Now he's extra big.
Ugh. We need Roni.
Right? Let me put these outside.
Yeah. Like something was over here. Oh, apparatus room. And nothing's in it. All right. Oh, what was that? Oh, huh. Hi, Camden.
Hi. Watch out, there's two
Oh,
turrets.
yeah, there is. Okay.
There's two of them.
Jesus. Okay, turrets, calm
Okay,
fucking
the whole
down.
room is-
Whoa! I found the second one. Found the second one. Okay. Woo!
Oh my God.
Hey!
Crap. Okay.
Oh, hold on. Oh, it's on the other side of the wall. Fuck.
I know.
Homophobic.
Okay, I think that this whole room is just nothing.
Oh, no, it's not even that. It's just
Oh.
a light on the other side. That's... Oh. Oh, shit. You hear that?
Yeah.
That was definitely a great opening.
A crate of pick. Wait, can you take it? My hands are.
I can, but then I can't use the shovel. So...
Okay, let's find our way back real quick so we can start taking trips over.
Okay. Yoink.
Watch out for the turrets. Fuck. Oh my god, I'm alive. I'm
Okay,
alive. I'm alive.
good.
Okay. Where
I
was the
think
way
I
out?
went this way. Here it is. Camden?
What? Where'd you go?
I'm this way. Where are you?
Am I also this? Oh, there I am.
Yeah. And that's
Oh,
this.
here it is.
Yep.
Oh.
All right. Do we want to just bring some of this stuff back? Because a lot of this is like two-handed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. I'll take that. Okay, I'm full. All four.
Hold on. Okay. Case of small pickles.
The
Okay.
case is a little bit
Yeah,
better.
it's worth a little bit more. Yeah. Mm.
Wow. I'm really weighed down here.
Yeah, same. I don't have full thing, but there's like 3 items that are
It's two-hand, yeah.
two-handed, yeah. Actually, that's all I was holding, Jesus.
Oh shit.
Hold on, scan. Oh
Is there
shit. There's a lot
what?
left in there, yeah.
Damn.
Okay.
How are we gonna get it?
I mean, does someone want to do the run back, or?
I can run back and grab the... Well, I can look for stuff, actually. If you want to stay here, like, monitor
I can
and
monitor you.
eat. Okay.
Yeah. Fuck. Let's go.
Let's see.
I gotta do it again. All right, let's keep an eye out for him. Okay, that's the one item. We'll see. Nothing really that way. Hold on. I will disable K9. Oh, he's not gonna go that way. Okay. There's an item there. It might be the bell crab, though. I'm glad he's not picking it up. And then I can protect you if you go back. Nah, it's the same way. All right. Oh. Come on, you can get around it. You can get around it. Nice. Okay. D6. Fuck. What? Okay, that's shrimp. Oh, there's an item there. What was that, Z3 there? There we go. Oh, that's a mimic. Oh, Jesus. Wait, that's as intended. What is he doing? Wait, that's fine and normal. Oh, shit. Fuck.
Oh, she's good. Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I was just gonna bring you back. There's a dog outside. We should.
Okay.
It's been running around.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was just... I couldn't find anything. I did find me. I spawned.
Yeah, I saw there was a mimic running around, which is why I just called you back. I was like,
Yeah.
we have more flashlights.
Yeah.
May as well just bring him back.
Sweet. Yeah, I could not find anything else in there.
There was like something that was kind of just beyond an area, but you kept not going that way. But
Oh shit! Yeah.
you know what? But you were dealing with that mimic, so.
Well, we'll get him next time.
It's just Val.
Cool. It's Val.
No, I didn't.
Oh shit.
Camden?
Wait, did we not?
No, I didn't change it. Oh God, it's stormy.
shit.
It's
Well,
stormy.
I mean, at least it's just stormy,
Okay,
right?
but it does mean I can't bring my shovel now.
Take the shovel.
Yeah.
The lightning doesn't. It's not attracted to flashlights, is it?
No. Did you, Camden? Did you grab a flashlight or no?
I did.
Okay, good.
Okay, well, this will be interesting.
Yes, it will.
So just nothing metal. So we're in the mood for cat cakes.
Do pickle jars attract it?
Glass.
Glass, but with a metal lid.
Let me turn this off.
Yeah, I got it.
You got it? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
There's also
Whoa,
tea
turret!
over here. Oh shit. Already?
Yeah, we're good. We're good. Yeah.
Pickles!
Pickles! All right. Well, time to.
cat cake?
Oh, found a cat cake too.
It's strawberry cat.
It's another mighty. Oh, is that another one? Yes, it is. Oh God. Ugh. Oh, and pickles.
Pickles.
I got more pickles, and sadly, Daniel. Hold on a second. I'm gonna test something. Testing this.
What? Okay.
Okay, doesn't seem to be attracted to it, so.
Okay. So
Oop. Sorry.
everything on the right is a dead. Why do I hear?
Yeah, what the fuck was that? No, I heard that too. I heard that too. What the fuck was that?
I don't know.
Was that maybe the pickles getting hit?
I did
Oh.
not like that.
That was
Allegra?
close. That was close. That was close. But I got a cat cake.
Oh, it's because I'm holding a key outside.
Oh, yeah, drop that
Okay.
key. Drop
Okay,
it.
or is there anything I can use it on first?
Well,
Oh my god!
it's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
Oh, it was red. I thought it was gonna get me.
All right, there it is over there. Okay, so let's try
Trains. Oh my god.
this way.
So many keys.
Let's see if there's
Wow.
anything this way.
Nothing.
Nothing so far. Oh, scan just. Oh,
Cute.
and fire flame. Okay. I can't take that right now. I'm full up.
Dead end here. I can take something.
Oh, black sesame. That's Blady, isn't it?
We love
shit.
Blade. But
I just heard something open.
okay.
Oh shit! I can't test that.
What? Can't just what?
Camden! It's you! It's you!
Me.
Okay, this is a good haul. I think we should head back. The only thing.
I agree.
Oh,
Oh.
well, this tells us who's around, so let's get out.
For sure. And Lulu with the blonde sustains. All right, let's go back.
Oh, wait. Oh, that's
Ah!
fire flame.
Let me-
That's worth 96. Hold on.
I dropped my key.
Oh.
I need to drop it anyway.
Oh, okay.
How do I get rid of the key that I'm holding?
Oh shit, I don't know how to do it on controller.
Have you switch it for me? Oh! What was that? Wait. Allegra?
Yeah, I'm right here. What?
Okay, let's go back.
Okay.
It was this way, right?
Yes.
Wow, there's so many keys.
Jesus, there are.
Okay, so it should be over here, the turret. Right?
No. That's the turret,
Okay,
yes. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So it's this way. There we go.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Okay, wait, let me drop. How do I drop the key?
Okay, how do you normally use the key?
Well, I can just. Oh. Oh, okay. Got it. Okay, it's dropped.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so I have 4 cat cakes.
I
Then
have
we need
4
to come
cat
back and
cakes.
get those.
Okay, yeah, so
We'll make a return trip.
yes.
Okay. We
Not
really
bad.
came and got all the cat cakes.
Yeah. And we got Reenie cat
Sweet.
cakes. I just want to know.
All we need is Acheron.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm feeling very unrepresented right now, and that makes me sad.
For sure. Okay. Oh. Light. Okay, you stay here. I'm going to go and grab.
Yeah. Oh wow, there's
rest.
8 objects left. So.
Okay. Well, 3 of them are, I think, counted over there.
Yes.
Brute.
Oh, is it with me? Oh, Bruce. Oh shit. Is that actual Bruce? Because I've sustained some damage, so I'm a little anxious about that. But okay, there's Camden. Okay. Mmm,
All right.
delicious.
Delicioso.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm gonna run a scan after you get in.
Hell yeah, brother.
4 objects outside the ship, totaling 430. That's not bad. So we can leave
we're fine.
now. Yeah, I'm good with
Yeah.
that. Cool.
Dude, and on a stormy day,
I know.
crushed that.
Mm.
Mm.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
All right. Nice. That A.
All right.
All right. We've got 1 day left. Let's actually check.
Wow.
Okay.
We got a lot.
Experimentation and March are free.
Experimentation.
Fine. I'm being
We
very.
have $3,119.
Oh
on
my
the ship.
God.
So obviously some of them we're not selling,
Yes.
but we've got a really good amount.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Of that, Aventurine is the expensive one. I'm 1177.
So, ordinarily, I would have said fuck you. Oh, wait, I should get my shovel.
For sure.
Ordinarily, I would have said fuck you and just gone to March anyway. But
Yeah.
since it's the two of us,
And we have so many cat
and we
cakes
have
that we want to
so
keep.
many
I
cat
will
cakes.
die.
That's
on
the thing. If
Mars.
I die, then you're not going to be able to get back without me. So
For sure.
if all four of us were here, then I'd be like, no, fuck you, we're going to March.
Yeah, we're going to March, but no. We will lose everything.
Do the rename.
Key.
Hey, and keys are safe again.
Yay.
Oh, train station. Okay. Okay. Oh, locked.
Oh my god.
Perfection.
Beautiful. Oh.
Oh. Wow.
That was uncalled
Oh,
for.
there's
That was
someone
not it.
across the way. Hold on, hold on. Let's see who it is. It's Hanya again.
Oh, fun.
And this is not a dead end in the sense that we could jump across, but
Is there anything over there?
just a
Oh, is it
jump
jumpy
to a
jump?
door. Yeah, just a jump to a
No.
door. Yeah,
We're not doing that.
no. Especially because it's just to a door. Like,
Yeah.
ooh, there's Big Bertha.
Oh. Big Bertha. Big Bertha.
Uh-oh. Oh, nope, 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 nope.
No.
You know what?
no,
Yeah, I
no.
love that plan. I love that plan. I love that plan so much.
We're just so on the same page.
I know. We're just like, hey, why don't we go anyway but that?
It's locked over there.
Yeah, it's locked.
I don't have another key. Oh, slime.
Oh! Fun. Okay.
That was our way out, wasn't it?
Yes.
Well, we'll just need to wait for it to.
Yeah, we're gonna
come
have
on
to
over.
lure
We
it.
can lure it up here.
Yeah.
Turn off your flashlight. Too.
Yeah, we don't need the light right now.
Let's wait.
Bertha, you're huge. Indeed.
That is huge.
All right. In good shape. All right, and there we go.
Sweet. Lovely.
Let's see if there's anything this way. Oh, another key.
Oh, fun.
And that's a dead end.
Then.
That's where it came from, it seems.
Yeah.
Okay. And here's the entrance. Okay. This looks like apparatus room. Anything in here? Oh, another Hanya.
Oh, fun.
Have you gotten anything yet or no?
No, I have nothing.
So right now the odds of it being oops all Hanyas is not impossible.
Okay.
Let's see. Let's try this direction.
Oh, which direction?
From the entrance.
Oh, the other way, yeah. Oh, hold on. Oops. All right. Yeah, I should not go that way.
It's a dead end.
It is? Fuck.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
let's...
everything's just in this maze.
Yeah. Okay.
Fire
Oh, you
escape?
got a Hanya. All right.
I
Yeah,
got Hanya too.
let's drop off the ones we have and then go to fire escape.
Okay. There is a fire escape right at that dead end that I was just at. So,
So hopefully that's not the one.
hopefully that's not the one. That would be so sad. But I feel like it might be. Okay. Do a little recharge, a little
Indeed.
freshen up.
All right. Let's go.
Back at it again.
Back at
Okay.
it again at Krispy Kreme.
Hey.
Oh, that's cool. Apparently, if you have a boombox and you start playing the music, the slime will get distracted and just start vibing.
Oh, cute.
And I love that. I now have, you know what? The slime isn't like trying to kill us either. I feel like the slime just wants a hug and doesn't understand that it's deadly. Oh, is this the way you went or no?
Sure was.
I'll piss. All right.
Should we try to look down the main?
What? Oh, there it is.
Yeah. Well, we can't go that way anyway.
The babies, they're all together.
Oh! All right.
The baby's trying to get.
Let's get the fuck out. Whoop! Haha.
Gonna see if he would get taken out by the slime, but he did not.
Oh, did you see him?
Yeah, he ran right through the slime.
Oh, that's homophobic.
Because sometimes, like, the other mobs can take them out.
Yeah. I feel like the only...
That's my favorite, is when the dogs can take the mimics out.
The only thing that works consistently seems to be the pressure plates and the turrets.
Yeah.
I have a feeling... Oh, yeah, 9 objects, 1,300, but it's just too risky.
Yeah.
It's just too
It's
risky.
too deep. I know, we have so much stuff.
We have so much stuff, yeah. Let's just go.
I'm coming.
Oh, yep, there he is.
Ah! Lawn sustains.
Let's get the fuck out.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Company it is. Comp.
Sounds good.
Whoop.
Here we are.
That mimic was like, hey, wait for me.
I know, the poor guy. He just wants a family.
All right. Oh, I should turn that off. I'm assuming you put Rini in a safe place, right?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I've doubled the mighties. Do we want to keep the stop sign?
Yeah, may as well. Oh,
Okay.
can we sell one of these mighties at least?
Fine.
Here.
I suppose.
No, we're gonna leave that one because it's worth 69, and that's funny.
Hey, that is funny. Okay, take
and we'll
the
grab
92.
the 92 one. It's worth more, and it's not funny number, so.
Oh.
It won't let me do it. Okay.
Oh, we're full. Oh.
Cool.
Ooh. Oh, we're rich.
Yep. All right. Let's get the next one. Yep. All right. Well, let's see if there are cozy lights.
Ooh. It's Doc.
Homophobic.
Jack-o'-lantern.
It's fine. It's just a pumpkin.
Is it just a pumpkin?
Oh
or
my
is it
god, we
beautiful?
have 1,800, almost 1,900 on the ship right now. That's fucking wild.
That's crazy. Ship upgrades. Teleporter, loud horn, cruiser, cat food.
I
I
can
think
make it
we're
sexual.
pretty much just good. You don't need anything, right?
Yeah, that's right. We cheer for funny number in the club. I don't think so, unless we want to stock up on a couple of things.
Shovels are 30% off.
Yeah, maybe get one.
Do we need any pro flashlights?
Do you want to maybe get walkie-talkies?
I feel like those are hard to manage sometimes.
Fair.
Let's get, okay, we'll get 1 shovel and then 2 pro flashlights.
Yeah, sounds good. Whoa, apparently the shotgun can kill a bracken.
Oh, dang.
Oh,
But we need bullets for
we're being
it.
told to get the inverse teleporter.
That sounds a little too chaotic.
I'm getting it anyway.
Because it can sometimes teleport you, like, into a space in a bunch of mobs and also... Oh, shit! Okay.
Need my help? Or do you have everything?
No, I got it.
Okay.
I've seen a couple runs where it teleports you, like, into locked doors.
Hold on.
Whew.
Oh, the cooldown is so long on it. What the fuck? Bless you.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, that's not very visible.
Oh, yeah, it's weird. Let's leave it on the floor. I'm gonna take us out. Hey, whoop!
Okay. I love our little cat cake collection.
We're doing so well.
Right?
Got so many children. Nice overtime bonus. All right.
Wow. Nice.
Ooh, a lot of messiness.
Yeah.
So we can do assurance, vow, offense, or rend. I think we have enough money that we can start looking at some of the tougher planets. You know.
Do we want to do Titan?
Titan is foggy, so no.
Oh wait, no, Titan's okay foggy because it's always foggy.
Yeah, but that's how you walk into a fucking dog. I would know.
Do we want to do Rend?
We can do rend. Ah.
We'll do Rend and we'll stay on Rend.
Yeah, we'll stay on rend for a minute, unless rend starts
Yeah.
getting fucky, in which case we'll just go somewhere safe, like assurance.
Sweet.
Oh god, I have got to stop doing that. Oh my god. All
Doing
right.
what?
I keep pressing the wrong button.
Oh, happens all the time.
Yeah. Excuse me. All right.
Are you charged?
No. Ooh. Yo ho ho.
Yo.
Oh, did I
ho,
accidentally sell my
yo
shovel?
ho.
Oh no, I didn't. Okay, cool. Could go nuts and visit Embryon. Oh my god. I mean, we could. That one's tough to do with only 2 people, though. Stamina killing me. Ugh. Hey, nice. Okay.
Oh my god.
What?
So many cat cakes.
Already? Oh.
Yeah.
Eden cat. Oh, that's Welt. Okay. I love how I forget that Eden cat is Welt every Pickles! Oh, it's Gift Pickles!
I love the mansion so much.
Hi.
Hi. Is that it?
This way, yeah. That's was
Damn.
sort of a short little loop.
Okay, the one on the right is a dead end. I can take some stuff back.
I can scout.
Okay.
Whoop. Okay. Okay. Nothing there. All right. Let's try this way. There's the fireplace. Oh, nice couch. All right. Nice. That's the real one. Okay. So that was kind of a nothing burger. Unless you want to go out. Yeah, did I miss anything here? I don't think I did. Oh yeah, shovel go bonk. Very satisfying. Oh wait, no, there was more. Oh no, there's not. Okay. Oh wait. There he is. Because I went the other way. Okay.
Hello?
Hi. Oh, found the kitchen.
Oh, cute.
Okay, so I am down here. What up? Let's go. The one
Okay, I can
that
go
was
this
like down. Oh wait, which way? Yeah, this way's better. The other way that I checked was kind of don't go to the left. That has nothing. We want to go this
Okay.
way. Here's the kitchen. Careful of Mini Bertha. Oh,
Beautiful.
perfume. For smelling yowie fresh.
Oh my god, Allegra, we need to get out of here.
Whoa! Bye!
Hi. Well, let's see if there's any... Let me check this way first.
I'm leaving, bye! Does the jester leave? The building? Does it walk out? You find anything? Pickles.
Oh my god!
It's me.
I wasn't sure if you were you.
No, it was me, sorry. Does the...
So,
Yeah.
I found me again!
What?!
And I also found another... I think I found Luocha, I'm not sure. But as I found me, the jester started winding up, and I ran and found another cat cake and picked it up and ran more. But it was good. I'm glad I did that little extra
Yeah, that was
look.
solid. That was solid. Where did you find you?
In that other offshoot on the upstairs. Hell yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wait, is that Boss Rini?
Not
Hold
bad.
on.
Ah.
Boss Rini?
Oh, there's so much back in there.
Oh,
Ugh.
shit.
But that thing's
Shit,
gonna
we-
stay alive. No, the jester is too aggro. I mean, unless you want me to
I can
reverse teleport
try
you inside.
and... Oh my god. But
Yup.
then I have to figure out where I am and how to get out.
Oh, true.
Wait, that could be fun. You know, just for a funsies trip.
Okay. I mean, we have
Hit me with
extra.
it.
All right, let's fucking go.
We have extra flashlights, so if I die, then it's fine.
Let's
But
go.
just
Bye.
yourself.
Bye, bitch.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. Now let's. All right. Let's view monitor. Okay. Oh, cool. There's some stuff right there and over there. Oh, that's the kitchen, isn't it? So he's near where we were. That looks like it could be the jester, it could be something else. Oh, the inverse doesn't let you keep items? Oh. Oh, shit. Wait, did I just hear a giant? That looks like the kitchen. In which case he's like by the entrance, isn't he? Yeah, he's right there. Oh my god. Oh my god. He could do it. He could do it. Oh god. Come on. Come on, Camden. You got this. Fucking yes, Camden. Let's fucking go. Yes! Yes! Camden, that was amazing. Oh, we got fishy. Bitch, that was legendary! Oh god, he's still alive, right? Are you fucking What killed him? What killed him? Okay. He's along this.
Jeez.
Uh-oh.
What? It's me. It's me.
Oh, it's you? Okay.
Yeah.
Jesus, you stopped, so I got scared.
I ran out of stamina.
Oh. Holy shit. I was about to go out. Oh,
Oh my
that was I was watching that on the monitor. Holy shit. It was lucky. I saw where it dropped you and I saw the flooring of the kitchen. So I was like, I think he's got this. I think he's got this. Yeah.
I wasn't sure I got this, but then thankfully I got it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, wait, that was actually really good because it dropped. No idea where I was, and it was dark, and I couldn't teleport with a flashlight.
Yeah, yeah.
So I was like, fuck. So then I figured it out though, and I found 3 other items.
So that is a bummer. It means we can't send you there with a walkie-talkie, which is kind of a bummer. Okay.
That would be awesome if you. Oh my god.
Holy shit, that would be so good. Moons. Okay, it's all safe, so let's just stay on Rend.
Mm-hmm. We did it.
We did.
Okay.
Are you charged up?
Yeah. Are you?
Should be, but I'm gonna triple check. Yeah. Never hurt. Awesome.
Let's go.
Oh yeah. I actually wanted to ask. So the cat cake skin mod, does it override the skins of the cat cakes, or does it just drop new cat cakes in that are like themed?
Wow.
Whoa.
I know, it's a big rock in the way.
All right.
It makes new cat cakes. Okay, well I'll add it once you add an acheron.
Oh.
Ooh, hello.
Mansion.
Mansion again.
Okay, dead end on the first door.
Yeah, dead end there.
Close that.
That's a dead end.
Okay.
Okay, so this entire
All that's.
that's all.
This whole
this
upstairs,
whole upstairs is a dead end. Okay.
And there isn't another upstairs.
All right, downstairs it is.
I hear
A bell.
music.
It's like a clock. Nothing in this corner. Nothing in the other corner here. Okay. Where are you? Oh, I see where you went. Okay, cool.
Here.
Couple cat cakes.
Oh, nice.
Oh, is that Sunday?
Were you gonna say Robin?
Every time I'm like, I was about to be like, Robin.
Robin.
Okay, is it just dead end over here
Yeah,
then?
it's a dead end. Okay, there's
Cute.
another little one over here. Ooh, dark. Okay.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. Wow,
Oh.
lots of hallways.
Whirlwind cake. Okay, come. What was that? What the fuck? Oh, was it the bracken? This is pretty bracken coded. Fuck. Well. Yeah, I heard it. He was gone. And there's also a trail of blood, which tells me that was a bracken. Okay. You don't get the corpse back from a bracken kill, right? Or can you? Nope, okay. Oh, you can? Alright, cool. I'm hearing no and yes at the same time. Oh, hi, fishy! Well, we can find out. Ostensibly, yes. Well, let's try. There. Well, that answers the question. Let's do a little scan. Oh my god! That's really good. That's really good. Okay. Yep. Definitely a bracken in play, so we gotta be careful of that. Oh, I also hear the box right now. Here, we'll grab this to be safe. Is this... Oh, fuck. Fuck! Really?
No.
Oh!
No.
Are you kidding?
I know. The bracken just... He was angry.
Oh!
And that was hard because it's like you can't... He just takes you out.
Well, it's like I turned away.
Yeah.
But like...
I know. He was just like, I'm gonna...
Go
break
for
her
it
neck
anyway. That's so unfortunate. And we lost all our babies.
I know. I know.
Okay. All right. Well, at least we kept our shit. You know what? We kept our supplies, so that's something.
Yeah.
Damn.
Dang.
Damn it.
I know.
Ugh. Okay, Rend is eclipsed. We're not going back. We got to do something safe if we want to make...
Actually, I mean, let's just do it.
No, we have one day.
If it's... Exactly. What do we got to lose?
No, because I feel like we can do Titan. Let's do Titan. Are you good with that?
Yeah, we could do it.
Because that's fuck it, we ball. I would rather, I think an eclipsed run is not like, because we can actually survive. If we need 534, we can make it. But,
yeah.
you know. The bracken adopted all the cat cakes.
All right. Okay.
I'm so bummed because like I did
The
exactly the
5:30
right,
I know.
I did exactly the right thing.
I know. I didn't even see the bracken. He just straight up like arms in front of my face and neck gone.
Okay, there are more than enough items to cover us. Oh, hello, pumpkin. So we should be good to go. We just gotta actually survive.
Challenge accepted.
Yeah. Wait, if the bracken gets a kill, it stays kind of aggroed?
Is it?
Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I hate this.
Oh, Buster, maybe we'll take it all.
It had to be the mines.
Oh, you have to look at the bracken for him to back away.
What?
I'm looking at the. That's what people are saying.
I thought you were supposed to look away.
Okay. A brush. Brush, or maybe I'll take it all.
Okay, the downstairs are both dead ends.
Okay.
Oh, the way I almost died.
Oh, to what?
See mine.
Ugh. Big or little?
Okay, that way's a dead end. Behind that door. Hairbrush. Oh no.
Oh
Is it
no!
all hairbrushes?
It may be. Oh no.
So many hairbrushes. There's another one.
Oh, yep.
We have to get a ton of hairbrushes then.
Oh god. Ugh, I hate it here. Okay.
Me too.
I was looking for cat cake.
I know, like I saw the number and I was like, I'm optimistic. We've got this. Now I'm not optimistic.
Okay, well, lights are on.
Ugh. Okay, that's a mine. That's a dead end. I hear another mine. Okay.
Dead end.
Okay, so for Brackens, looking at them makes them try to leave, but if you look too long, they get mad. So you have to like... What? What?
Bracken. Bracken.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No.
Oh. Well, I don't see it.
Hey, he walked away.
Oh, look, another hairbrush.
I found the mines.
Oh, you did? Yay.
Yeah. Oh, immediately into a puddle of water.
Oh, great. Love this for us.
Okay, this side is better.
And yet, still all hairbrushes.
Nutcracker.
Are you kidding?
In the mine.
That's mean.
Oh shit.
Oh, what?!
The way that he kicked you is crazy.
Oh,
Oh my
I was hoping I got my nuts cracked by a nutcracker. Oh my god. All right, let's just land and take off and start a new.
Eject us.
Yeah.
No, you can just eject us.
Oh, we can just press eject.
Yeah, you just type in eject and
Oh, nice.
confirm. Oh, that was brutal. So mean.
Are we ejecting?
It just takes a minute. So peaceful,
I know that was deeply homophobic. Holy shit.
right? So rude.
Is it doing it?
Eject is for host, by the way.
Oh, then I
feel
have
like
to do that.
did us before.
As you have not met the proper quota, your performance has been deemed below standard.
Hell yeah!
Welcome to our disciplinary process.
Damn. Damn.
Yay! Damn. Damn. Welp.
Ooh.
Okay, we have to make ourselves pretty first and foremost. Ah!
For sure.
Fixed.
Good.
Welcome to your first day on the job.
No! Store,
This
thank
is your very
you.
own autopilot shift, where you
Pro
will eat
2.
and sleep for the duration of your contract.
Let's just go to
Make yourself
experimentation.
at home. To
Cool.
complete the onboarding process, you will want to check the instruction manual and
Asset.
sign into
Great,
your
great
ship's
asset.
computer terminal. We trust you
At least the
will be a
bracket
great
will treat our
asset
cat
to the
cakes
company.
nicely.
Great asset to the company.
I
Great
don't know if the bracket appreciates Huge Doctor the way we do. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I know
don't
that's
think anyone
Alma.
can
I know that's
appreciate
Alma's
the Huge
boyfriend,
Doctor.
but like, I just don't know if Alma's boyfriend like really gets it the way we do.
I don't think he does.
No.
It usually comes at like 9 o'clock, right?
Yeah. We gotta give it another second.
There we go.
There.
Okay. Flashy.
I just want to say, Christian just
Yes?
texted me that someone was very disrespectful to him, and
Oh.
if I ever find out who this person is, it's over for them.
Hell yeah. Hit him.
Like, you don't disrespect my mans like that.
No.
Oh, a little mine there. Oh.
They haven't seen what you can do with a shovel.
Astronomy and a dustpan.
And a dustpan.
And oh, it's little Gwyn.
Is it the baby?
No, I think it's little Gwyn.
Oh.
Mischievous Mochi? Oh no, or is that Sparkle?
Sparkle, probably.
That's Sparkle.
No, Gwenifen's more orange.
You're right. Yeah, it's confirmed Sparkle. Oh. Sakura Mochi. Okay, I'm almost full up. Holy shit. If we're right by the door.
damn.
If we're right by the door, I'm gonna like drop some stuff off. What the fuck? So many! Okay. Camden! Where are you?
Somewhere in the main.
Oh. I'm above you, I guess. And above is a dead end, so let's not and say we did. Okay. We've gotten Clara before. I don't think we've gotten Svarog. Camden? Camden? Oh shit, that was close. Okay. Oh, Camden? Well, I'm finding. Okay, he's. Seems like he's been here. Oh, hey!
Yeah?
There you are. Hi.
I'm full.
You are? Okay.
I need to find the way back.
Hold on. I can also take some of that from you so you're not full. Oh. Oh! I mean, I'm empty
What?
right now. You want me to test this? Nah.
No.
Nah.
Not worth it.
Well, this was the way. It's back that Camden. I know for sure we can go back this way.
Okay.
Because here's train station. So we'll see if there's anything here.
There's this. The cookie sheet.
Oh, missed it. Where is it?
On the stairs. Here, take this.
Alright. I just want to see what's over here. Hold on. Oh, worth checking.
Nice.
Nice. Gotta love those moñas. Oh. Is this the same one or a different one? Ah, it's a different one. Okay. Oh. Damn Okay. Camden? Oh shit, where'd he go?
I'm over here.
Hey! Okay. There you go. Hi.
How do we
Oh!
get out?
Uh-oh. So, so that's the thumper.
No! Oh my god, make it, make it, make it, make it!
Oh, I hope he survived. I have no idea if I'm in a good place or not. You know, sometimes you just kind of end up in new corner. Oh! Holy shit!
That was nuts.
Oh my god, it almost killed me.
It almost killed me too. I just ran through the steam, dead end, jump over it.
Oh no, like it showed up at the door like right as I was running into it. So I like ran through it and got outside. I got two of the
Jeez.
things you left outside. Whew.
Okay, cool.
The only thing that's left is the cookie sheet. Ugh. I'll
go back for that.
Okay.
I'm
Holy
red, but
shit, same.
I'm gonna try, both go. To fire escape?
It was one of the two doors, basically.
Okay.
We may as well. I can try fire escape.
Since it's already just the first. Yeah, let's do fire
Yeah, it's
escape.
not the end of the world.
Let's see what we see. And then we'll come back and get that other cookie sheet.
Yeah. Moob Milker, your name has an energy. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying it has an energy. Okay, so it's this one. Okay. Okay.
Dead end there.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought I heard something.
Shrimpy.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh, I thought I saw something out of the corner of my eye. Jesus Christ. Okay, that's locked. This is also locked.
I have the key.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah.
Don't bother with the center door.
Wait, which one did I do? This one?
Go to the one to the right.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I got behind the center door, so. And I got some pickles.
Yeah, oh, bracken room.
Oh, great.
No.
Our new nemesis.
Dead end.
Okay.
Cute.
Okay, well, there's really nothing that way.
No.
If we want, we'll go this way. Nothing this way.
Oof.
This was the other side of that door there. That's why I told you not to do it. Okay. Well, yeah, that's basically it then. At least for over here.
Aw.
Okay. Well, I did get an item. I got some pickles.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Is there anything else?
Okay, well, I know where we are. Some shrimp over here.
There's nothing up there.
No.
else in the train station?
That's empty. Okay. I never went to the other side of the train station.
Oh, you can just go across like that.
Yeah, they can jump.
This is a dead end.
That's smoke. I think it's this way officially. Okay. Hey. Oh shit!
Do you know which way it was?
Yes. Fuck. Go this way. Up? Yes.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay, we got... Oh, we have 1 hour. Jump.
I can't risk it. I got really beat up.
Me
Okay.
too.
Are you gonna grab the tin or no?
Yeah. You make a break for the ship.
Okay. Oh shit, Bruce is here.
Oh, fuck. And there's an earthworm.
Go there! Fuck! Leave! Damn it! Damn it!
Damn. Well,
Oh!
at least we got the
Damn
stockpile.
it! Ah!
623 out of 850.
Oh fuck!
Not bad.
I was on the stairs and it took me out.
No.
Oh, God damn it.
Dang.
And flashlights are 15, so we can't afford it. Fuck. All right. Well, that's flooded, so let's not go there.
No.
No. Let's do assurance.
Sweet.
Damn it. Ugh. I am so bummed out. I was
know.
like right there. But I was like trying to be careful because of Bruce. So, because I
Yeah. I was like, oh, we just gotta run at this point.
Oy. All right. Welp. Let's do this thing.
Time to go. Let's do it.
Ugh, I am
Surely this time
I am
we will live.
slow. Yeah, that would be nice.
That could be great.
Oh! It's dark and immediately a bracken room. What the fucking shitty god.
Not the Bracky.
Damn. Not Bracky. It's too dark for Bracky. I can't see shit.
Oh, there's a fear difference, Steam.
What if we made everything dark and impossible for Allegra to see after she got cruelly murdered by a dog? Just saying. After she got fucking... Oh, God. After she got fucking assassinated. Hi.
Hi.
There's a fake apparatus room with nothing in it.
That's a lie. Hey, big room. Okay. Anything
I have an idea.
good? Hey! Molly raid! And nothing? Oh, a yield sign. Nice! Okay, I got a yield sign at least.
Oh shit.
I think the other ways are dead ends, so this is pretty much the only way to go.
I can hit things now. Oh, hold on.
Oh, there's nothing else?
Payla!
Nice.
Yeah, that was kind of that was a dead end that way. I didn't see any other ways through. Unless I'm
Wait,
crazy.
which way do we go?
Well, that's how I came. Or rather, that's where I just was.
There's nothing else. Hold up.
That's Bracken Room. Is there really nothing else this way?
I think we'll have to find like a way to get into the mines further.
There's a key.
Yeah, this is the apparatus room.
Oh! Camden!
Yes?
Found
train
stuff!
station.
Yeah!
Pickles!
Let me take them so I have something I can use to see.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Do it.
Whoa.
Big Bertha.
Oh dear. Oh. Wait. I found Molly! Molly!
Molly!
We found you! We found you, Molly!
Hell yeah.
Locked door over here.
It's too fucking
Do you have a
dark,
key?
man. I think I do. Yes, I do. Oh, wait.
There, the door at the top of the train
Oh,
station is
there's a
locked.
key right here too. You should grab it.
Oh, cute. I found Herda.
Wait, come get the key. What the fuck?
Oh, so sweet. Where?
It's on the floor.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah. Molly, you summoned yourself.
Yeah.
Is she still in the chat right now? Wait, Camden? Camden? Where'd you go? Where are you? Where did you go?
Train station!
Yeah, but we were in the train station. Where are you now? Camden, I can't see for shit. You gotta help me.
Oh, I thought I was using the Kake as a weapon as an emote. Wait, what?
Hi. Is that you?
Hello.
Okay.
Okay. My flashlight is about to pass away.
Oh boy.
Dead end.
Okay. Then we should probably
Let's-
head back.
Yeah.
Because we are going
Doth
to.
thou know what direction to go?
Yes. I have a vague sense of it. So.
You have a vision? Was it this way?
It
was this way.
It was this way, yeah.
Oh! Oh, crap.
Was it a thumper?
Where is it? Where is it? No, it's worse. It's a centipede. I don't know where it went.
I'm not seeing it on scans as I do this. So that's a dead end. It may have gone a different way. We might be oh dear. Uh-oh,
Oh,
Camden.
shit. Where is it? Where?
I think
Oh
this
my
is
god.
the way.
It's yippee.
Oh!
Run! Crap, that's apparatus room.
Fuck.
Ah, my flashlight's off!
Okay. Go this way. And this way.
Maybe it's this way?
And this way.
Where am I? Oh my god, I found it!
Yes, me too!
Here.
Fuck, let's go, let's go, let's get the fuck out! Whoa! Fucking clutch!
Woo!
Fucking clutch!
Made it. Sea urchin.
So many. Oh my god.
So many urchins.
I love how we like independently found our way.
Found our
Wait,
ways
I
out.
have I forgot I have a sign. I could have beat up the yippee, but we can't
too
risk
risky.
shit, yeah. What do the urchins do? Hurt.
They do hurt. Oh, we had so much stuff last time.
I know. Well, at least we can put Molly in the place of honor. All right.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Okay.
What?
Oh shit, and you can't reverse teleport me in because we don't have it anymore. Look
No.
at 8 objects outside the ship, totaling at an approximate value of 3,634.
There's a Rainy in there.
There's a
I
Rini in
know
there. Oh, but we can't see for shit unless you want to try again. Like,
Oh, do you want my flashlight?
I'll-
Okay, wait, I need to go to the bathroom. If you
I'll do
wanna
it.
just
Yeah, drop it
take
off.
my flashlight.
yeah.
Okay.
Put it on the floor. Let's fucking go.
Take it.
I'm gonna wait here, and I will be right on back.
Pee
So
quickly and
let's
then be
all-
my monitor.
I shall. Okay. I will be right back.
Okay. And if I die, I die. Look, if I die, oh shit. Woo, oh. Oh, did he not charge it? No, he did. Okay. All right. Oh. Okay. Wait, no, that was the way. God damn these things. Okay, no. I was here before, and there was nothing here. Okay. Oh boy, too many. Yeah, okay. Well, let's see what's inside. Oh fuck, okay, there's a bruise.
Been here.
Oh shit. Oh no, oh no, oh no. You know what?
I guess we'll have to buy it later. We're right by the door. I'm gonna like drop some stuff off. What the fuck?
Why the fuck is that there?
Okay. I
Camden, leave. Leave.
There we go.
back. Oh. That's not Allegra.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Does he not see the thing says
Oh,
ship leaving?
holy shit! I was about to go out. Ah!
Whoa. Oh my god. Oh! No, I think there was a Camden out there too!
Just in time. Oh my gosh.
Holy
I was
shit.
like, oh, Allegra's back. Cool.
No. Woo!
Damn, that was a lot of stuff.
Yeah, okay, so I got swarmed by yippies, so
Oh, shoot.
I tried going for it, but there were too many, and I just died. And
Yeah.
the good news is I had actually set the ship to leave in an hour when I saw my mimic right outside the ship. I was like, all right. So it would have taken you
You
away.
can do that?
Yeah.
What the heck? You can set the ship to leave?
Yup. Ooh, let's go back
That's
to
cool.
experimentation.
Let's do it.
Yeah, I was like, when the second I saw it, I was like, oh my god, if Camden doesn't get back, at the very least, I have tried. Yeah, because I was dead, I could go, hey, voting to leave.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, sweet.
It's something that basically
do we have any money at all?
no, we have $7.
Oh, cute.
Yeah.
Okay. Be my light.
Are you taking the pickles with you?
Oh, actually, no, because
No.
neither of us have a flashlight anymore. Okay.
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah, no,
Well,
I was killed. I was killed by the yippie. I tried.
Blinded.
I tried, but I knew it was gonna go after me just because I had the flashlight too, so I was fucked.
Dang.
Yeah. Okay.
Not the steam.
Okay, immediate apparatus room. Okay. Why does it give so many fucking facials and so few acarons?
Bracken room on the right.
Of course. All right.
Yukong.
Oh wait, no. Wait, Sky Soaring is
What?
Yukong, isn't it? Oh shit. It's oops all Yukongs.
Oh, fun. Well, hopefully she's expensive.
Uh-oh. Alright, this is getting maze-like already. Oh, server room? Okay. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, it's not. Damn. Okay. Okay, well, all the lights are on. Oh, I think it's behind the locked door. Damn, okay. Anything else? Oh, hey! I can hear you vaguely.
Yay!
Another Monya. Go back for my pickles and a... Oh, you might be behind me.
I am.
Okay. That's locked. Okay. Ah. Giant screw. I love how snobbish I'm being. I'm like, no, cat cakes only. Oh. Do I have what? Oh, there you are.
Two-handed items.
I don't. Hold on, bring those pickles in here. This is big room. Oh, shit.
What's that?
Dead end? Okay. I don't see any cabinets, though. That's disappointing.
That's sad.
Yeah. Ugh. Alright, well, let me check up here. That's a dead end over there. I have a sundae cake. Oh. That's an old sea mine. Okay. Oh, shit.
A key.
Hey, another key.
Wait, that? Locked.
Whoa! Damn it!
Where's your body?
He heard it anew. He heard it
ran into
anew.
this.
No enemies to spectate too, motherfuck.
Oh, like that.
If you died that way, Camden, I would scream. If you died the way I died, Camden. Oh.
What
No
the
enemies.
heck was that?
I don't know. There are no enemies right now. Where is my body? Not that it super matters, but...
Wait, where's Allegra?
Yeah, good question. And where are you,
Where is her
Camden?
body?
Camden, where's the exit? That's more important than where's Allegra.
Well, we're probably gonna die because I have no idea.
Oh
where
no, and I do, but I can't help you. Yeah, just run that way. Run that way.
V-type engine is that. Okay, so this is where I came from.
Okay. Okay, go down, go down. Yes, 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 yes.
Sticks.
Okay, through, obviously through here. Oh god, now this was the bullshit. This was the bullshit. Still no enemies. That's good. Oh shit.
Here's. Hello?
No, there's nothing.
I feel like it's this way.
Yeah. Oh shit, that's
a sea
big.
mine.
Uh-oh.
Where did Big Bertha come from?
Pretty sure that's
Key
the way.
and gold bar.
A gold bar. Oh, get the gold bar. Oh, get them. What?
Oh,
Wait. What?
interesting. Item was an enemy, I guess?
Was it the button?
No, it was a gold bar.
No, I mean, like, did it expired in an inexplicable manner? Oh, yeah. Okay. So, an item can turn... the box can turn into an item. All right, we're dead.
Huh.
So, yeah. So, if you scan an item and it has a question mark value, that means it's the box and it'll automatically kill you.
Metal and other goods. You have
Well, because sometimes, like, the apparatus, it, like, gives you a value later.
Yeah, no, but it's like if you find a non-apparatus item just like around.
Yeah.
All right. I'm ejecting us.
Well, do it.
Eject. Yes, confirm.
Eject us.
You know what I'm gonna do?
As you have not met the profit quota, your performance has been deemed below standard. Welcome to our disciplinary process.
Duh. I can't do it. Well,
Beautiful burp. Okay.
okay.
Let's be pretty.
For sure. There we are.
Okay, everything's
Welcome to your
fine.
first day on the
Store.
job.
Pro
This is your very
2.
Beautiful.
autopilot ship.
Confirm, and we'll just go to experimentation because it's safe.
Sweet. Love that.
Make yourself at home. To complete the onboarding process, you will want to check the instruction manual and sign into your ship's computer terminal. We trust you will be a great asset to the company. Great asset to the company. Asset. Great asset to the company. Asset. Great asset.
Time to twerk.
Okay, remember how I said someone was being disrespectful to Christian?
Yeah.
Because he vented to me, and then he was just like, I was probably being stupid. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said anything. And I'm like, no.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you what it is after the fact, because like I'm not gonna say it on stream
Yeah.
just in case. But like, I just think that, you know, I just think that death is something. I think murder is a viable response.
I mean, you are great with a shovel.
I am great with a shovel. Despite getting overwhelmed by yippee bugs not a couple minutes ago. Whoa! We got 2 minis over here.
Double birds.
Little 2 minis over there. Whoa! Okay, and there are 2 here at the end of the hall.
Wow.
Okay,
Cute.
okay. I hope this one isn't Oops All Berthas, the way that we've had Oops All Turrets a couple times.
Oh,
Well, there's
big bird.
There's
Wow.
the big. Oh shit, it's on the other side of a door. God damn it.
Damn. Dead end.
Okay. I think I saw something this way. Yeah. Why I didn't need to do that. Ugh, I don't want to be in the maze.
Well, maze it is. Okay, I found something. Sweet.
Oop, that's.
Double fire exits.
I don't have.
Oh, no shovel.
I do not have the means with which.
No shovel today?
It's March!
Oh. Wow.
It's March!
Here.
Oh, wait, this is good. I think there was a...
What?
What the fuck? All right. Grab my
What?
shit, Camden.
No! Allegra, no.
What was it? Yeah, take my key and
Volt is
my
26.
flashlight. No, take my flashlight. Take my flashlight.
Well,
No! I was saying that should be the... No, it's
my
not.
hands are
That's
full.
it.
So let's see if I can find my way back
Oh, we're
outside.
doomed. Oh, we're... What?
Where are these noises coming from?
What the fuck?
Also, where did I come from? Is the question.
Oh, no.
Methinks I came from this side.
No, that's locked. It's around that way. You have to go straight.
Okay.
You go straight.
From here.
Yeah, go straight this way. Now you're gonna barrel
Here.
left. Barrel left.
And then I go, oh, okay, okay.
Right.
Okay, oh. Oh.
Left.
Oh, oh, oh.
Yep.
Ooh.
There you go.
Okay, very good. So I'm gonna take a trip to our ship. And then I'm gonna try fire escape.
Okay, those of you who are at my stream, you saw how I was like, yes, I know exactly how to get back.
Please don't hurt me.
My
Sir
navigation.
James. I mean
I don't
no
know. I don't even know what I ran
harm.
into. It must have
No
been.
harm
It
at all, mate.
had to have been a sea mine.
Alrighty. Crikey, we've got some kitty cats, mate. And then I'm gonna charge me flashy. And off we go.
Off you go. Let's see. Oh no, we got a puffer. Wait. Oh my god! What? Oh shit. Oh shit, Camden, be careful. Wait, no, Puffer, go back. Puffer, go back. Look! What? It's huge! It's fucking huge! Okay.
Yep.
Well, it was that one. We know that. I'm just watching this guy. Look at it! Look! 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 No, go back, Puffer! Go back to the other room. Yeah! I want to keep looking at the giant pickles! They're so big! Giant pickles! Aww. My corpse.
This is near the entrance, actually.
Yeah, I was on my way back when it happened.
Oh.
Nope. Other way, Camden. Other way. Oh. Oh, you're...
Oh.
If you had just gone the other way, we would have been at the entrance.
But I wanted the fire escape.
Yeah, so now I can confirm that corpses do trigger the mines. The sea mines.
Oh.
Yeah, because that happened once when I was carrying Mina's corpse. And I was like, I'm pretty sure it was Mina's corpse, but it could have been me. That was definitely...
Damn.
Corpses can do it. Yeah.
That was definitely corpses.
Yeah, it's definitely corpses. Okay, well, we have 2 days.
No.
We have no
Oh, we got
flashlights,
this.
but we have 2 days.
We don't need any flashlights.
Yeah, let's
Are you
fucking go.
kidding me?
Let's fucking go.
Let's go.
Let's go back to experimentation. We won't see for shit,
No, we won't, but we will have fun.
but we will
That's
have
all that matters.
fun.
Whee!
That hurt. That hurt.
Oh.
Anyway, I don't care. Let's go. Camden, I just want you to know I was watching a puffer walk around and it kept walking back a giant jar of pickles. It was
Stop.
huge. It was Dr. You're Huge cat cake level huge.
Wait, I love Doctor. You're huge.
I wanted it. Oh, dead end. Okay.
It would be dark.
Yeah, of course. Oh, wait.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
It's
Ew.
Pickles!
You get those pickles.
Yeah.
I've got so many.
Oh,
Here.
that's mine.
Here, Camden.
Mine over here. Watch out, watch out. What?
Camden, grab that.
Yes. So many pickles.
I've got so many pickles.
Room.
Yeah, more pickles!
Ooh.
Oh, it's Oops All Pickles.
Wow.
It's definitely Oops All Pickles, because it's all the same shape, just different colors.
Oh, interesting. Why can't it be Oops All Aventurine cat cakes?
God.
Imagine how rich we would be.
That would be insane. Oh, I found more pickles!
Nice.
Oh, it is so Oops All Pickles. It is so Oops All Pickles right now. I'm loving this. I'm loving this.
Oh, a key.
Yay! Ooh, a dead end.
Apparatus room, maybe?
Oh, okay.
Más pickles. More pickles. Gosh, should probably take the apparatus. I don't feel like it's doing anything.
No. Don't take it. Hi.
Take it.
No! Stop.
Take it. Where is the steam?
You're at
There
it,
we
yeah.
go. Okay.
More pickles. I'm full up. I can't take any more pickles.
I can take pickles. I love our little lanterns.
Can you take another pickles?
No.
Oh.
Must, are they different prices? 53. Okay. 65.
Okay. Mm.
50.
What?
Yippee bug.
Oh no!
Oh my god.
Camden Rorn.
Roarn. I'm roaring.
Okay,
Oh, this
fuck.
is apparatus
That's
room.
apparatus. Fuck.
Okay, how do we get out of here now? Is it, oh,
That's locked, which I have a key, but I want to get out.
Let's go down.
For show.
I think this is the way.
Sweet. Lovely.
Oh, there's a box.
Not the box.
No, shit. Okay, it was the other way. Fuck.
Oh, damn. Zippers.
I do not want to die on an Oops All Pickles.
Oops, I got a set of pickles. Was it up?
I don't...
Oh.
Wait.
Lost.
Uh-oh. Okay, you know what? I think desperate times call for
Yeah.
desperate measures.
Uh-oh. Is it time to test? Oh my gosh. That's so many pickles, too.
Yes! Success! Whoop!
Look at that.
Allegra's Gambit. I did win a 50-50. Unlike Mina, I'm actually pretty good at the 50-50s in this game. I think I've only lost one.
Oh,
So
interesting.
Slow. There we go. Okay.
Do we go back?
We can.
Let's do a little scanny scan. There are 4 objects for 387. I don't think it's worth it.
No, I think we're fine as is.
Okay, let's go.
Yep. Because we've got $463 in here.
Sweet. Well, made it.
Christian says that
Pickles are so cute.
Christian says I don't have to kill anyone because I'm too cute. And I'm gonna say murder can
But it's fun.
be cute.
Can fix everything.
Murder can
Yeah.
be cute.
It can be. Murder.
Okay. Ooh, experimentation is stormy.
Where are we going?
So let's go to assurance.
Cute.
I think murder can be very cute.
I think so too. I agree.
Oh, the feminine urge to destroy someone because they were rude to your boyfriend.
Feminine urge. Whee! Okay. Surely this time will be only adventuring cat cakes.
That would be great.
Right.
Actually, no. Oops, all Acheron. I think it's only fair at this
All
point.
accurate. That could be nice.
Oh boy. Oh, that's ominous right at the beginning here.
For sure.
We got pickles already.
Did baby
And here's apparatus room. Let's see if we got anyone else in here. No.
Just Appy.
Just Appy. Did you also get pickles?
Yeah!
Are they baby pickles? Rainbow
They're
small jar of
baby.
pickles?
Yeah. Are you kidding me?
Uh-oh.
Are you kidding me?
Look. At least it's rainbow.
Why can't it be rainy?
Rainy bow. I can never tell when the lights are on or off. I'm not gonna lie.
I know. I think they're on right now, technically.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah,
That
that was
ends on
kind
this
of
side?
it. Yeah.
There are so many pickles.
Anything but pickles. Ha 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 ha. Okay, yeah. This is where we are. Okay.
So this side?
Yep. Oh. I don't trust it.
Don't trust what?
There's a brass bell on the ground, but I'm pretty sure we're in an oops all pickles level.
We are! See, the brass bell says it's $66.
Yeah, it's the problem is it's not it's a crab. It's not a trap, it's a crab. So. Oh shit. Okay.
Is it pickles?
That was a turret down there.
Oh,
yeah,
cute.
in that direction. I'm full up. Do you have any room or no?
Yeah! I have so much room. I dropped everything outside.
Oh, okay. Oh wait, I guess I wasn't full up. I thought I was. Did I drop something by
God.
accident?
Is there a locked door? I have 2 keys.
I don't know.
I would love to unlock something.
More pickles. Come on, give me grab. Yeah. Grab me
That looks like it
pickles.
could be locked. Oh.
More pickles.
Oh, that's the... Okay.
I am full up on pickles again.
Again?
Yep.
Wow, more pickles.
Ooh.
Where am I?
Okay.
Where am I?
So we go this way. Where are you?
Nobody knows.
Uh-oh.
Nobody knows.
I think... Are you on the other side of this door? Oh, shit! Bye, yippee bug! I gotta run! Okay. Oof. Oof, 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 oof. Camden? Camden?
Hi.
Where are you?
Lost.
Whoa! Okay. That way sucks. Let's go. Wait. Yes, this way? Camden?
Now I'm finding out. What?
Where are you?
I'm in a room.
Wait. I hear you very closely.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Oh, this door's locked.
Okay. Let me see if I can find the way around. Oh, yay! Hi!
Hi.
Okay. Oh, that's a yippee.
Is.
This is not the right way, though. I'm just trying to get us away from that fucking yippee.
Oh.
Okay.
It's okay. As long as we are together, everything is better.
Okay, I'm pretty sure it's this way.
Yippee!
Okay. I think it's this way.
Oh.
Here.
Oh my god, you were so smart. Oh, the room with the giant hole in the middle.
Oh, careful.
Oh! Let's go.
That's a dead end. It was the other door. Okay.
Oh! Yeah. Brutal.
Yeah, there's the crab. Okay.
Mr. Krabs.
Okay, no, it was that. Oh, shit. I see spider web.
Oh, fun.
Spider web's that way, so let's hope it's this way.
I see the spider. He's that way too.
Oh, fuck. I think that's the way we have to go.
Oh, that could be fun. If we run together, we can make it. Wait, which way?
Oh.
Literally across? Straight across? Like, I just need to know
Hold
what
on.
direction. What?
Is it... That's really funny. Is it stuck behind there? Hold on, stay there for a sec.
Is it stuck? Oh no, he's just chilling. He's waiting.
Yeah, no, but I mean, like, it's stuck. It won't go past the spider web either. Okay.
Oh!
I feel like this
Okay.
route is safer. So let's jump the spider
That
web.
way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, fuck. No
Okay,
matter
the
what.
spider's still there.
Oh, God. The spider. I think we have to...
Oh my god, the entrance is here and I made it!
Let's fucking go! Oh, my
Do you have any more
God.
space?
No.
Okay, well, then we'll come back.
Yes.
Hell yeah, look at us go.
I can't believe we got past that spider. Holy shit.
We're so parkoury. I can't believe we got 2 rounds of straight up pickles.
I love this for us.
I don't even like pickles.
Me neither, but these are rainbow, and I think that's really cute.
Oh my god, look at all the pickles. This is so funny.
All right, do you want to run back and get the stuff? I'll do a scan really quickly.
Yeah!
Holy shit, 8 objects at 9:17. So we have like 3 out there, right?
Oh my god. I think 2.
2, okay.
2 more.
Well, I'll keep an eye out.
Sounds good.
That looks like it's probably an urchin. Okay. Oh shit. Wait, what is that? Fuck. If he's moving slowly, that's probably a dog. Okay. fine, Camden. You're fine. You're in good shape. You're in good shape. Come on, you got this. Got this. Yes. Fuck yes.
Okay.
Dog.
There is a Dougie.
Yeah, I figured when I saw you slow down. All right, let's go.
Yep. Wow. The pickles are nice and shiny.
They are.
I kind of don't want to sell any of them
Yeah,
because
but
I want them to be the ambiance.
The ambiance?
The ambiance?
Ambiance?
Ambiance? I love putting we into everything.
Not bad, honestly. Not bad.
Not too shabby.
And we are at 0 days. Okay.
0 days to go sell. Bow, 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 bow.
I've got to stop pressing that. Okay.
To sell scrap metal and other goods.
All right. What if we
Yes.
just take all the expensive ones?
You can use the terminal. Autopilot to the
Yes. I kind of like the big ones.
You like the big ones?
The big ones are more colorful.
Okay, so you want to just sell the small ones?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. Oops. No, that's a big one.
That's a big boy. Big papa.
Okay.
Oh. Oh.
Oh no! That was a big one! No!
Big one!
No! Okay, it's okay. It's okay.
No! But it's so beautiful.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You know what I'm gonna do?
It's beautiful.
I'm just gonna move all the big ones to the side.
There's only one little. Oh. 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 Cute. Okay, cute.
Okay. 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 Let's see. So let's get Pro 4 and Shovel 2.
good.
Okay.
Cool. All right. Now I'm gonna wait for it.
Sounds good. Actually, you're probably gonna need me to grab something too.
For the gifted sub.
Oh, it's a pickles! Nice.
It's the pickles. We love the pickles. Ba-da-ba-da-da-da-da. Bum. Twinkles. And put that right up there. Cute.
Go.
Stunning. Gorgeous. Time to go. Let's go.
Yes. Well, actually,
Let's go.
first, before we
Oh.
do that,
Yeah.
store. Let's see what we got.
Cozy lights.
Cozy lights.
Oh, thank goodness.
And, oh my god, we also have
Yeah.
enough to get the teleporter. Now we have $3 left. But
Oh.
it's okay.
Oh, damn.
It's okay, because we have 2 flashlights and a shovel in storage.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do.
And now, not only is it fucking cozy and rainbow in here, but we
It's
also have
so cozy,
a
dude.
body returner, so let's fucking go.
It's the coziest.
Yay! I also got a sub to Pickles! For some Pickles also
Yeah.
subbed, I should say.
Pickles up.
Oh, actually, now we have 93 additional dollars, so I think. Yes.
Hey,
Now we have
overtime.
$96. Fucking love it. Okay.
Twinkles.
3 moons. Oh, everything's good. So, I mean, it's gonna have to be the first 5. So, what do you think?
say that
Experimentation,
again.
assurance. So all of them are clear right now. So.
Oh, whatever's not March.
So March.
So March, we can do March.
Yay!
As long as you lead me out alive.
Yes.
Because I hate March.
It's March! It's March! It's March!
My least favorite planet.
It's
my
March.
least favorite planet.
It's March!
Oh,
It's March!
you little planet that is.
It's March! I'm so happy
It
we
is
have that
March.
command. A baby!
The fishy.
Fish
Where is
baby,
he?
where are you? Fish baby, where are you?
There he is.
Hi! Oh, it's your baby today.
Oh my god, it's me!
Whoop, we already have some urchins on the map. Fun.
Oh, I hate this planet. I'm never gonna get back to the ship.
That's rude of you.
March.
March! March!
Okay.
And dead end. Okay, off to a great
Oh,
start.
fun. So there's only one way to go.
Yes, well, let's start this way because it's a nice
Oh.
direct shot, and it's also a dead end. Cool, 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 cool. Cool.
We love a good dead end.
Wait. And that's also a dead end. Okay, so there's truly only one way to go today. Or not one way. Yes! Oh my god, one way. Jesus Christ. Christ on a cracker.
Cannot find it. Maybe it's on the other
Hey,
side.
hey, 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 look who I got, look who I got, look who I
Oh my
got.
god, Molly. Molly?
It's Molly.
Oh! I hate that noise.
What?
Metal, like, cranking. It sounds like the flea is about to run.
Oh.
Why can't I find where the smoke is coming from?
Well, that's it.
Oh! We can jump high.
Oh!
You know, some of these buffs I really like.
Oh, I didn't get hit with the buff, damn.
Oh, damn. One of it said
dead
take
end.
no fall damage. And
Dead
I was like, ooh. No fall damage, you say?
I enjoy no fall damage. Anytime a
love
video
no
game
fall
is
damage.
like, hey, you don't have to pay attention to fall damage now, I'm like, whoa, okay, hi, hi, hi ho, hey ho there. That's a
What?
turret.
Oh!
Camden yell
Sure
intensifies.
Happy room.
Don't take the apple. Woo.
Is this another Molly? I got Molly as well. Is it Molly's map?
Oh my god, is it Oops All Mollies?
Wait, why are we getting all of the one item?
I don't know. Okay, that's a fucking dead end too. Jesus Christ.
Dead ends?
Yeah, all dead ends. Oops, all dead ends, more like.
Oops, all dead ends.
Whoa, hold on. What was that one?
Okay,
Is that you
time
being
to
in
head
range or
back.
me being in range? Okay.
Me?
For sure.
Oh, Jesus.
Is there anything over here? Nope.
Where is it? Hey! Oh my god, there are two of them? Holy shit, I got it.
You got what?
Oops.
Oh,
Both.
the Steam?
Yeah, both of the steams.
Oh, hell yeah.
So we should get safe once we get to the other side. Whoops.
I am that other side.
What?
I am on that other side.
Nice. Well, I'm now on the other side.
Oh crap. Oh, there you are.
Hi. All right.
Hey, hi.
Hi. Okay.
Thank you for resubscribing.
And it was a dead end, of course.
It's always a dead end.
This says oops all Molly and oops all dead end.
I'm like, it's all
Oh,
Mollies,
shit.
but where are Mollies? Like,
I
I only have one Molly.
only have one Molly as well.
Okay, the entrance is over here.
We might want to go for the... Oh, shit.
Fire escape?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, fuck. Where's the entrance? Oh, there. Cool.
Not gonna find my way out.
Okay. Hello.
Hi.
Follow me.
Okay, so if I were to go, I just go this way, right?
Yeah, you just go straight right now. Oh my god, I'm going. I have to walk slowly. Wait for me, wait for me. Yay!
Yay.
Okay.
Oh my god, I made it back. Hey. Yeah.
Wholly unnecessary, but deeply fun. Okay.
Shall we try a fire escape?
Yes. Let's definitely
Also, do you want a
that.
key?
Oh, do you have two?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll take one then.
Take it.
Dope. Okay.
Is it this way?
Yeah, it's this way. Look, you're learning.
Right?
Told you. I just love the march.
No, we hate the march.
No, stop.
We hate march.
Stop. Okay. That's a.
All right.
Oh, cool. Bracken room. Great. Love this.
Oh, fun. Oh, Big Bird.
Yeah. Oh, fuck.
I found a Molly.
Yay! Anything else down
dead
here?
end.
Okay, well then that's it.
Just a dead end.
Okay.
Wait, that really?
Yeah.
Nothing else?
Nothing else. So I'm going to.
That's so mean.
I'm gonna be a risky bitch. You go back to the ship.
Yeah. Wait, aren't there more fire exits?
Yes. But someone should stay on the ship in case I get turned around. So.
But I want to see what's on the tube.
No. Go back to the
I'll do a
ship.
quick little look-see.
Oh my god.
Do you not have anything?
No.
Okay.
Pretty sure it's this way. I think I may have passed it. Oh shit. You know what? Don't even care. Don't even care. Don't even care.
Do
It
I
was.
remember this?
Oh, Camden, go back!
Is that the ship?
Camden, just go back.
Wait,
just
how
go
did
back.
I get over
Just
on
go back.
this side?
Camden, just go back.
Okay, if I just circle the crater,
Just go back. Just get
then
back in.
everything will be fine.
What else is around? Let's see.
Fine.
Spider.
My spaceship. My Molly Cat Gate. Oh, leave! Be gone!
Camden, just get on the ship!
You're coming up on me.
Ah, Camden, just get on the ship! Camden, go! Go! Camden, go!
Allegra?
No!
Wait, is that not you?
No! Leave! No!
It's me. No fall damage? Wait, where did Allegra go?
Oh my god, did I die? Oh my god, my mimic
Okay,
died.
let's go
That's
back.
fucking iconic. That's fucking iconic. Camden, close it. Close it. Close it. Close it.
Oh my god.
Camden, leave.
Oh, hi. Oh shit.
No! Help!
I cannot find it. Maybe it's on
Ah!
Oh my. Okay, cute. Not cute. Anything but cute.
Close the door, close the door, close the door! Close the door, leave! Camden, leave! Camden, leave! Camden,
Allegra, you
leave!
better be dead. So
I'm fucking dead! Leave! Leave! Leave!
Okay. There is a fire escape right at that dead end that I was just so. Going.
How the fuck? How the fuck? How the fuck?
Wow, that was crazy. Oh, God.
How the fuck did it get in? How did it get in?
Oh no!
How did it get in? How did it get in? My mimic fooled you for a second there too. Proud of her.
She really did, but then she got taken out by that
Baboon
whatever it
hawk,
was.
thank God.
Yeah.
Ugh. Oh.
That was crazy.
Ugh. Let's go back.
No. I hate this planet. I hate this planet.
Okay. No, so I was walking around and I walked right into where a giant was and I was like, oh shit. And as I was trying to run from the giant, I wound up in quicksand and I was like, you know what? It was like, I'm gonna die one of two ways. So, you know, or at least I didn't let the giant get me.
Oh boy.
It's March.
We love a good quicksand pit.
I was like up there basically. I would think I was near the door.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I know how to get back from the other doors, but not how to find them. Oop. Camden.
Yes?
Okay, hi. You weren't saying anything, so I was. Ugh.
Yeah, Bracken room.
You know what? I had been thinking before. It had been a while since we had gotten some good, like,
Yeah.
comedy from the mimics, and we did get some really good comedy. That was like solid.
We sure did. Oh my gosh.
That was like that
was nuts.
was like very good. I appreciated it deeply.
Oh, double pipes.
Oops, all dead ends.
Not again. Oh.
Oh, train
Train
station.
station? Train station.
Let me see if there's anything here. Dead end. Okay.
Cute. All right.
Wait, ghost girl?
What? Are you haunted?
No, someone in chat said ghost girl.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Aglaya! And... Feishao?
Who is it? What is it called?
I think I got Aglaya and Feishao. I don't know what it's called.
I'm just saying that, like, it's really Oh, got a trap over there. It's really homophobic to, like, me personally. God, they've been putting these pipes high up.
Right?
They've been spawning like 5 feet in the air. Fuck.
It looks like there's a storage.
What? I thought it was
Allegra, no.
farther back.
Allegra, no. Oh!
I thought it was farther back. Oh. Just take my shit. Just take my shit, Camden. Don't, no, ignore my corpse. Ignore my corpse. You can get my corpse later.
Oh my God. Jeez. That was crazy. Darn. Well, how am I gonna get back now?
Oh boy, this is going well.
So close. Oh. 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 Shoot. Wait. How do I hold on. Wait. No, 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 no.
Oh,
no,
who's
no,
that?
no, don't glitch on me now.
Oh no, is the game glitching?
No.
Oh fuck.
Well, I think the game's over.
Oh no.
I can't push any buttons.
Oh fuck,
Which means
really?
I won't be able to get out.
No, you can, you can. You can still use doors, right?
Damn. Well, it was a good run.
You can still use doors,
And
right?
we tried our best. And that is
Okay.
all that matters.
Go left here, go left here.
Oh.
Yes, yes, that's correct, that's correct.
When this game glitches, it glitches hard.
This way, I think right?
Damn.
Yeah. No, I think that's a dead end. Yes, that was the double one. Okay. No, get past this. Go straight. Now go left. Go left. Oh, wait, no. Wait, no, we didn't go through here, right? Oh, no, yeah. Oh, we did.
No.
You can at least get through doors, right?
No.
No. Damn it.
No. 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 Oh. Damn. Well, that was fun.
Oh, you killed yourself.
My game
Yeah,
glitched.
I
couldn't
saw,
open
but
anything.
people were saying that if your
When the
flashlight dies. Yeah, yeah.
No, I've tried that before. It doesn't work.
Oh, it doesn't? Damn.
Pretty sad.
Also, like, hey, just genuine heads up for the chat. Oh, actually, no, we're in okay shape. I don't know. We might only have one flashlight. Yeah, we just have to order one more flashlight and then we're probably fine. Yeah, this isn't bad at all.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, sincere heads up for the chat. I really, really don't like name jokes, like jokes about my name in any capacity. So, just like, I understand the first one being a typo, but if someone makes that mistake, don't then like comment on it and laugh about it, because it's like, it's really not funny to me. It's like really not funny. All right. Let's do experimentation. Let's do one that's nice and safe. Nice and safe.
Nice and safe.
Yeah.
We love our safe spaces.
Oop, I've got to stop doing that. Oh my god.
All right, you ordered a flashlight?
Yeah, so I know you have the one for you. Let's get the one for me. If you wanna go in, woo! If you wanna go in, go ahead. I'll meet you.
Okay. Sounds good. Check it out.
Oh fuck! It never sent. Look, March. I'm gonna say experimentation feels comparatively safe compared to like literally everything. Oh! Let's see. How we doing?
Good. I found the apparatus room, but it's all a dead end on whatever side I'm coming back from.
Okay, so center is bad. Let's try the right.
Center is bad, left is bad. Right is the only way.
Oh, okay. That could be fire exit, but it could not be. Oof. Do we want to just go for the fire exit?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's kind of the only way to continue is either to make a jump or...
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna leave this right here.
Yee. I just think it's unfair that we've gotten everyone but Acheron. Like, I just think that's unfair.
Right?
Oh fuck, it is this one. Okay. So
Damn. Wait, do we have to jump across then?
Yep. It's the only way
What an
forward.
icon. I did it.
Okay, so that's kind of a loop here. Let me just see what's over here. Dead end. Okay, so the only way forward is through this maze.
Sounds good. Train station!
Train station!
Wow. Okay, dead end down here.
Damn, okay. Yeah, Acheron Cake clearly got lost in the nihility.
Yukong.
Whoa, careful, careful, careful.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, you were pushing me. I was like, ugh.
Not go there.
Let's go down this way. Oh, pickles!
The pickles.
Yeah, pickles.
Oh.
Anything? Okay, this just goes here. Oh, Bracken room.
There's no offshoots on that side.
So it's just straight this way.
Yeah. Wow. Where is everything?
Damn, I don't know. I mean, there was an area we didn't really explore.
Back at the fire escape is right here.
Oh my god. Wait, no, that's not the one we went through.
I feel like it is? Because that was the same layout.
No, because the other side of the fire... Oh, maybe you're right. Oh yeah, you're right. Are you fucking kidding me?
I'm like, where do we go?
I don't know. Oh my god, yeah.
Glitches happen.
Oh no.
I found you.
Yeah, I found me too. Oh, that's iconic. Whoop, bye.
She's an icon, she's a legend.
Oh my god. No. Now there are two Allegras. Oh my god!
Damn these things.
There's a Camden Mimic too! Oh my god, it's Oops All Mimics! Oh no. Oh no! Oh no! Camden, run! And she's good at jumps like me.
Fuck, where was the fire escape?
But is there anything past the scene line?
Shit.
Oh
I hate the
My-
jumps with all my heart.
God.
I
You know
hate
what
them so
sucks?
much.
I killed me as I was trying to open the emergency exit. I
Yeah.
was so...
I didn't know that they could float through everything.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did they get like buffed or something?
No, they always have been able to. Alright, that's it. Fucking hell, really?
Damn.
You know what? You know what? You know what?
As you have not met the profit quota, your performance has been deemed the lowest rated.
What is with our luck? We were doing so well!
I know. I know. That was sad.
That was pretty iconic of my mimic to start doing an emote, though.
Yeah, but it was so sad.
I know, but like, iconic.
Welcome to your first day on the job. This is your very own autopilot ship, where you will eat and sleep for the duration of your contract.
Alright. Here we go.
Make yourself at home. To complete the onboarding process, you will want to check the instruction manual and sign into
Yeah.
your ship's computer terminal. We trust you will be a great
It's okay, AO Stars, thank you. People make a lot of jokes about my name, so like, I'm pretty sensitive to them. I'm just like, you have no idea. Allegra was already a weird name, and then the fucking allergy medication was invented. And by weird, I just mean Italian.
Take that.
You always grab that. You always grab that.
Always grab it.
Always grab it.
Because who knows whether this run will be the one.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, it's over
I
here.
always walk past the door here.
Wow.
Oh, I forgot the fucking fuck!
Shit.
Whew! Okay. Got us.
Oh my god, did you get it?
Yes! Oh.
Hell yeah.
Oh!
Way to go.
Oh, did the bridge break? Ah!
Oh, no. Wait. What?
Nice. Nice.
Yay!
Hey! Let's go!
Hey. Let's go!
Hey!
Bracken room over here.
Ah, pickles! Yeah, but they're so pretty and they're a big jar. Oh! Camden!
Oh, Doctor, you're cute.
Camden! 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 Camden!
Doctor, you're huge?
Maybe!
Oh my god, I have a cat.
Oh!
Meow!
Meow! Meow! Meow! Meow! Meow! Meow!
Wait, do you want a stop sign?
Yes.
Wait, you have a shovel, right?
No.
Oh no. Oh, take.
Meow, 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 meow.
over there. Might be something over there.
Black in room. Yeah. Black in room. Oh. No, not like black in room. There we go. Ugh. That was unintentional. Yikes. No, okay, nothing here. Alright, well, let me grab the Oh! Camden! 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 And an air horn! I put stuff at the door. Monya, monya. Okay, no, this is where he was before. Woo-hoo-hoo! Fucking parkour! I'm an assassin! Assassin's motherfucking Creed over here.
Yeah.
Oh! Is this actually you?
Yes.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Oh, let me see if this is real. It's real. Oh, I hear
here.
something bad. I hear something bad. What's out? I heard a bad noise. Can I drop some stuff for you to take?
Yeah. I only have one space full.
Then there you go.
Cute.
I left a couple things at the door as well.
Okay. I'm gonna drop this off.
I probably should also go. Uh-oh. Oh! No! Oh, true. At least it's rainbow. Okay. Camden! Camden! Camden!
Yeah?
Camden, there's a mimic chasing me! Go for—
cake. Okay, come.
Misha.
But what do we— I don't have the doctor!
What?
I left the doctor at the fucking door!
No, that's
Okay, I'm getting the doctor.
Hold on.
Watch out, Allegra.
Oh yeah, she's
It
chasing
goes
you,
through.
she's chasing you.
Yeah, she's coming after me.
What do you mean fix the elevator?
Oh fuck. Run! Camden, run, run, run. Camden, that's not me, run. Okay, he's on his way, he's on his way. Camden!
Okay, I'm almost here, Allegra.
Okay, I have the door open, I have the door open.
Okay, go, 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 go!
Shrimp over here.
Oh my god! Wait, did the door kill him? Wait, did the door close on him and kill him? We have a mod that's supposed to protect us from that. Oh my god! Oh, wait!
No.
Wait, I forgot. I think we added a mod that does that.
We added a mod that crushes us?
In the doors, yes. I'm pretty... Hold on.
Doctor, you're
Wait,
cute.
let me see.
Oh, Doctor.
Because I found
That's
it.
all that matters.
And I'm pretty
is that we have our huge
sure-
doctor.
Yeah.
Oh, Doctor, you're huge.
Hold on.
Dang it, I want to make him face the right way.
Doctor,
Lethal
you're-
doors
Oh my
fixed.
God, that is so
Doctor,
huge
you're-
doctors. Okay,
Hold
we'll just
on.
leave it like that.
I'm checking this.
Kitty!
Okay. Shortly after the ship lands, the hangar doors become deadly. If players are within a dangerous threshold of the doors while closing, they're either severely injured or terminated. Okay.
Oh no. I was stuck because this door was like this. I was trapped.
We might want to remove that one, because I think that has given the enemy the ability to open it, because they didn't used to be able to.
Let's remove it.
Yeah, we can.
For sure
We'll
next
remove
time.
it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Let's go to experimentation.
Let's do it. I love the doctor, your huge cat cake.
Let me look. Yeah.
It warms me heart.
Yeah. I don't. Okay, because. Yeah, that's interesting. It doesn't say that it does it in the mod, but like, that's the only thing that's changed since the last time we've had a mimic at the door. So.
Dude, the mimics going through the door.
Yeah, that's
was
wild.
So.
That's wild, and I think we need to do something about
Jeez.
that. We need to do
Yeah.
something about that, yeah.
I think so too. For sure.
Right. Hold on, let me... don't forget to recharge your flashlight if you need to.
Yeah, I for sure do.
Damn. Yeah, I was about to go back for that one, and my mimic was waiting at the door. I was like, I cannot go for this right now. I can't.
I was like, I need to. I found me, mimic me too.
Yeah. That's why I was like, if I can get back to the ship, Camden and I can double team the mimics, but like,
Yeah.
I can't go after it solo. All right. Ugh. Oh, fun.
Right with smoke.
Already? How the fuck?
It's 9 in the morning.
Oh, is it gonna be oops all pickles?
Okay. That was interesting. A key. Oh.
Are there two of them?
I don't think so. I'm gonna see if I can kill it. Oh my god.
Oh.
Damn it! Take my shit and leave, Camden. Take my shit and leave.
That for
Damn it!
That for sure sounds like 2 sets of footsteps.
Let's find out. Oh my god, there are 2! Oh my god! Y'all get to see me for this. Just pick up my shit. Camden, just pick it up. Leave my corpse. Leave my corpse. Grab everything else. Camden has to just stand there.
There's way too much going on over there.
Yeah, you are correct. No, Camden. No, 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 no.
I do not know how to kill it
No, no.
with just a melee weapon.
You have to get it from behind. Fuck.
Because as soon as you hit it, it just...
Oh, and a centipede! And a bracken! Oh my god. And an ooze? Of course the ooze doesn't kill the nutcracker. Camden, it's not worth it. Camden. Camden, just go. Leave. 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 It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
You know...
Good thought. Good thought. Good thought. Good thought. Good thought.
We just...
Left.
went back.
Yeah, you boy. Big brain. Big fucking brain. Look, you got the 2 items I got. I think you should leave. I think you should
I
leave.
knew how to kill the nutcracker.
You have to wait until they're not moving and be behind them and hit the eye. It's just... I was trying to position
Is there
myself...
a way to kill it with just a stop sign?
Yeah, there is. But...
How many times do you need to hit it?
Both of them. Both of them, Apathetrix says. You know what?
A few times? 5 times? Allegra voted. Okay.
Just leave. Just leave. It ain't worth it. It ain't worth it.
I'd be down to try it.
It ain't worth it.
But yeah, it's usually
It
a group
ain't
effort.
worth
That's
it.
the thing. I'm
Yeah.
like, there's one of me.
It ain't worth it.
It shoots twice and reloads. Try to get the hits when it's reloading. We'll have to try to get the nutcracker when we're all together in a
Camden?
group. Yeah?
It was oops all nutcrackers.
Oops. Oh,
It was more than
for
2.
sure.
It was more than 2.
It was more than. Oh my
There were more
god.
than 2. There were like 5 or 6 of them.
Oh shit.
And then other enemies started spawning in, so I saw like a centipede and a bracken and the slime. It was like, yeah, no. So yeah, you have
my
to
experimentation.
you have to wait. Basically, you have to wait until they're doing the thing where like they
Well, yeah,
stop
they're
moving
checking
and they're doing
scanning.
that. You have to hit them in the eye, probably from behind is the only way to approach them safely. But it's just like it's tough. It was tough. I tried. It wasn't worth it.
Yeah.
Especially
But
once I
it has a shotgun. It immediately shoots you.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. It's woof. Well, the good news is, you got most of my stuff out. So let's try experimentation again, I guess. And let's hope it's not oops all fucking bullshit. Let's hope it's not oops all bullshit this time. I saw someone go like, yeah, seems like there are 2 cat cakes from your chat. And I was like, oh, honey, it's more than 2. Oh, it's more than 2. I actually turned my camera on so everyone could watch me just like be in shock. I was like, no.
Oh my god.
I was like, no. Ordinarily, I'm like, don't perceive me anymore. But it was too much. It was too much.
No.
Oh my god, that was insane.
Apparatus.
Already. All right. Is there anything good in here? Nope.
Nope.
Not a thing. All right.
a thing.
Well, that's one whole ass path of nothing.
Hell yeah, it is.
A path to nowhere even. Giggity. Oh, train station. Camden? Camden? Camden?
What?
Oh, there you are. Sorry, I was calling out to you. Train station is
Yeah.
through the center. Oh, big room.
Okay. Yeah, there's not really anything
Oh, boo, homophobic. All right, let's do train
in
station.
here.
We love
Let
train
me
station.
check the other side if there's a door. There's
Okay.
not.
Okay. Then come down.
Beep. Unbeep.
Gonna drop these 2 outside.
KK. And I will see if there is anything here.
Okay.
Let's see if there's anything at the train station.
What?
It's March!
Oh, not Marge.
And... Oh, Troublemaker! That's it. There's Troublemaker and Mischief. Troublemaker is, Gwyn.
Gwynathan?
Yeah.
Cute.
Oh, yeah, dead end, okay.
Dead end.
Dead end there. Ugh.
Dead end.
Wow, lots of dead ends on this side.
Oop, careful of that. Oh! Oh! Ah!
Oh my god.
And he's worth 751.
As he should.
But what if me? But what if me?
Yeah. Thank you for the raid. Welcome.
Let me test this one. That's fake.
Oh.
All right. Whoa! Okay, that was a close one.
Yeah?
Ooh, yeah, I almost walked right into that mine.
Damn.
Okay, anything this
Dead
way?
ends over there. Yeah, those are all dead ends.
Damn. Okay. Well, all of this does mean that we do know the what's it called? This safe to explore. We can go to the
Argenti.
what? Oh, there's a bracken room over there.
Oh, not the bracket.
Okay, well, we do know that the actual fire escape will be a new area for us. So
Cool.
let's just go for it. Drop everything off and go for the fire escape. Grate open somewhere. Let's a go.
Okay, should I take these back?
I've got 2
And then
things.
I'll recharge.
Yeah, and I've got 2 things in my inventory as well, so may as well.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 things plus the yield sign. So.
Stop sign.
Whee!
Okay, let's Argenti down.
Oh. Okay, 6 items, 533. Let's fucking go for it.
Let's a go.
Let's a fucking go. Weird. Okay. Heard a weird noise.
Oh, that was me.
Oh, okay.
I just like, but fishy you got.
Weak legs. Mean.
Oh, that was.
Looks like
rude.
you skipped leg day. I literally did leg day yesterday.
Oh!
I literally did it yesterday.
You tell that fish.
I literally did it yesterday.
You tell.
Oh, we got some bottles. We got a flask. Okay. Hey, thanks, fishy.
Oh, locked door over there.
And over here is, oh, we got Big Bertha. And a mine.
Oh, another Big Bertha.
Dead end.
Oh. Oh, oh.
Oh, what?
Mines.
Oh, yeah, this is the mine that was at the stairs that I couldn't go up.
Oh, okay. Dead end over here.
Okay, not worth it then. Okay, well, we got 3 of the remaining, I think 5 or 6 items, so that's pretty good.
Is there nothing else? Was there anything down here? Dead end.
No, yeah, that was a dead end.
Oh.
It's okay, we got some good shit. Uh-oh.
Jump like a kangaroo.
Like a kangaroo.
Roo.
Roar. A kangaroo.
A kangaroo. All right.
Yeah, let's just drop everything off and go.
Hell yeah.
It's a pretty solid run.
Oh! I jumped so high, I hurt myself.
Ah. Allegra dying to oops all nutcrackers and experimentation, frankly.
There we go. Charge!
Ugh, fucking, I hate this jump.
I know.
There we go.
Here. All set?
Yeah, oh, give me 1 second.
Oh, shit. I did it.
Oh, that's fine. I'm just curious to see. Yeah, we just missed 3 items. $200. Yeah,
Nice.
pretty good. Pretty good to me. My friend just mentioned we should rename Big Bertha to the Gertha. Oh my god. That's funny. That's funny.
Oh.
All right. Damn. Okay, this was a good run. This was a good run. This was a good run.
Hell yeah. Not bad.
Not fucking bad at all.
Open building immediately to sell your scrap metal and other goods. You have 0 days left to meet the profit quota. You can use the terminal to route the autopilot to the food building.
All right, what do we want to make sure we sell?
Literally everything except for
Rainy and ratio. Yeah.
what's and the
and the
kitty
and the stop sign.
and the stop sign. Sweet.
All right. Okay.
Lovely.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Cool. So many kitty cats.
Oh, careful, careful.
Oh. Uh-oh, I can't do it anymore.
Yeah, me neither. Just let him
It is
have his
full.
Let him have
up
his
right
fail.
there. Sounds guten Tag. Cute.
I'm proudly going to sell this cat cake over here. I parkoured for that cat cake. Wait, is that everything? Oh yeah, it is. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Let's do Pro 3. Shovel 1. And then let's see what we got. Cozy!
Yes! Cozy. Cozy side.
And then... Cool. And the teleporter. Awesome.
Hell yeah.
You got everything? Oh, my
3
shovel.
flashlights.
There we go.
Cool.
I wonder if storing things in here keeps them safer. Like, if we had cat cakes stored in there, would they go or would they stay?
No, they like when we wipe.
Yeah, because our flashlights
go.
stayed in there.
Did they?
Yeah, our flashlights did, and a shovel.
I feel like they usually just all go away.
Last time they didn't. That was pretty solid.
Hmm.
That was pretty great of them. I'm not gonna lie.
Right?
It was pretty cash money, as they say. I miss my son. Where did he go? Where is he?
Oh. Quota
Moons,
reached.
okay.
Shall we go to Titan? Overtime bonus 222.
Is Titan always foggy? No, it's not always
Yeah.
foggy. No, it's not. It's not.
No, it literally it comes it doesn't say it's foggy, but it is foggy.
I mean, we can.
Let's do it.
Fuck it. I mean, it's 11 p.m., so might as well, right?
Exactly. All right. Run.
Oh, it being foggy just makes the fog thicker. That's rude. So the fog is
Here we
thicker
are.
because it's foggy. Just as to
Yeah.
point out to you. This is worse fog.
But it's right next to stairs.
Yeah, still. This is how you don't know that there's a dog on the stairs and then you die.
True.
I don't speak from experience in the slightest.
No, of course not. Hey, it's not foggy up here.
True.
I love that.
But closer to the bottom is where it's dangerous.
Gee.
When you think you're at the ship. Oh. Okay, well.
Fire escape.
Let me test it.
Well.
Hopefully it's not the real one. It is not. Excellent.
Cute. Back in room up here. Watch out. Here now.
Let's go oop, okay. Let's go this way. Oh look, I teleported.
Oh. Wow. She's an icon.
No. It was purple. I got so excited. Oh, wow. Crafty! I found crafty glitches again! And that's a dead end.
Cute.
Oh, perfume.
I love this.
I found crafty glitches again.
Oh, cool.
Found the birthday person.
Perfume bottle.
Okay. Squeaky. He's not.
Oh, this might be the real one. no.
Oh, thank goodness, because this is right here.
Oh, yeah, Jesus.
We should do a quick, quirky little trip down.
I'm gonna keep
Okay,
looking.
You
Yeah.
keep going. I'll go down.
Okay. We know Camden made his way there. Let's see what's this way. Niente. All right. And I'm a little turned around right now, but I think I know how to get back. Already? Oh, Jesus Christ on a cracker. That was this? No. Oh, God. What?
Plastic fish.
Are you?
Another doctor, you're huge. And Black Swan? Crap.
Oh, Doctor, you're huge.
Okay, let me try to get it.
Camden, get out of there.
So if I do a bunch of lefts.
Okay.
Jeez, we're really grabbing quite a lot of stuff there.
Oh, that looks like a march that was past it. Oh, shit. Oh, look, my nemesis. Bell crab. Oh, 2 bell crabs. Whoa. Oh, fuck. 3 bell crabs. Are there 2 nutcrackers right now? Yes, there are. There are 3.
Is she dead? How?
Close the door. Oh God, there's a blob too? Oh Christ. Remember when I stopped and he just walked over and kicked me? Oh, that's funny. Hey, first of all, what's shaking there? Second of all, this is funny. It's hanging out in the bracken room. You know what? Deserved. Deserved. May the bracken get centipeded. I'd better. Okay. Did he get everything inside? You know what? I'm gonna do this. Now. Stay on top. Camden, just stay on top of the ship. Don't, no, stay on top of the ship.
Watch out.
Stay on top of the ship. Stay on top of the ship. Just stay where you are. You are safe there. Yeah. If he just stays in place, it's fine. If he stays in place, it's fine. If he stays in place, it's fine.
Is it outside or inside?
Stay in place, stay in place, stay in place, stay in place. Just stay there, just stay there. Just stay there. No, no, no.
Dang it. I wanted to get the rest of the stuff.
I know. It wasn't gonna happen, though. It wasn't gonna happen. Yeah. Boy. Sorry, I know
No,
you wanted to
you're
get the
good.
rest. I was like, nope, they's not gonna make it if we do that. Also, yeah, so I, once again, was minding my own fucking business, heard a nutcracker walking around, stopped, and it just kicked me off the ledge.
Kicked you?
Off the ledge!
Off the ledge?
I was like, what the fuck? It's because the nutcracker walked into me. I was perfectly still, but it just kicked me off the ledge. It was wild. And then I clicked around. There were like 3 of them in there.
3 of them?
There were 3 of them. Yeah.
Dude, the nutcrackers are ready. Can we go back to Titan?
No, it's eclipsed.
But it could be fun.
Fine. Oh wait, no, not with the cat. We can't. We can't with the
Well,
cat.
it's late anyway. Well, we'll put the cat outside the ship.
That's mean.
No, and then we'll put him back later. Can we put him on the ship, like on top?
On top? Yeah, if you want to try that. Yeah, because then
try
he's
that.
technically in. Yeah, okay. We'll try it. We'll try it. We'll try it.
Cool. Ooh, actually, let me put him outside.
Oh.
Platform.
It's still gonna pace around though.
Okay, I'll do it on the ship. Oh, I can't.
Yeah, no, I'm not. No. 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 No.
You know,
No.
that was fair. That was fair.
Did that mean that the cat was
Okay.
stuck outside though?
No, the cat was on the ledge.
I don't know if
So it
that
should have been fine.
counted. I don't know if that counted.
Yeah, we'll see. Let's go back.
Yeah, that was not.
No.
No. I was like, I realized it got you on the thing, and I was like, no. No, we're not doing this. Oh, new
I
flashlight.
know.
Camden, flashlight.
Oh, cool. Let's grab that.
It was in the script. Yikes.
No
It's rough.
kitty.
It's just rough. At least no old bird yet. Why would you summon them like that? No, we know they don't. Old birds don't spawn on this, but apparently 6 fucking nutcrackers do.
Nutcracker.
Ugh. Oh, thank God. I was scared it was gonna be the mine for a second, just with my fucking luck. I just think it would be really cute if this were Oops All Acherons. I just think it would be really cute. No, instead we get a fucking bracken room. God damn. I'm sorry, that's not Acheron. That is decidedly not Acheron. And I just think that's homophobic. I ask for so little. I ask for a level of nothing but Acheron cat cakes. And I just think that I should get what I want under the circumstances. What? I just think under the circumstances, I've been very patient. And, oh shit! He loaded up immediately. Okay, okay. Holy shit! Okay, well, I'm not hanging out here anymore. I'm going up. That was the other way, I think. Oh, there's Big Bertha. Okay. Boop. Munya, munya. Well, at least I have you, Trailblazer. Good. Again, Night Bloom Blossom Cake, is that like Castorise too? God damn it. I ask for so little! All I ask for is me and cat cake form. And I get every other fucking color purple! Why are you guys excited for Castorise rather than sad that there's no Acheron? That's what I want to know. Go back to the fucking door. Drop off all the cat cakes that aren't me. Where the fuck is Camden? It's Blade. I'm hating these noises. I'm just like hating the noises. You know what? I'm just gonna start dropping these off outside. That way when Camden... Well, let me also do this for my sanity. There. Ugh. The ADD, I swear. Oh, right, that's that. There's that. Oh, this was just this. Okay, I'm gonna go this way instead. Oh, hey, big room. Looks like Camden has been in here. This is probably where he got all those cat cakes at the beginning. Let's see if there's anything up here. Okay. It's like a really weirdly quiet run. Okay. I guess I can keep... No, I think, did I think this way was too spooky, 5me? Was that what I decided about this route? Oh, no, that's right. That's just bracken. This way was a little too spooky for me, but we'll give it a shot anyway. No. Not fucking again. That's the brass bell. Okay. Yes? Yeah? Oh, ooze. Let's not and say we did. Yes?
Hi.
Hi. You're by the door.
I went. What?
You're by the door here.
Oh, cool. There are some things that we can get, I think, in the fire escape, but there is a nutcracker.
Yeah, I heard it before. Here,
Around
pick up
there.
lady. Pick up lady. I have no room.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Is that a giant?
I think so.
Okay. I can make it.
Oh, there it is. Okay. You know what I'm gonna do? It's gonna be a suicide mission. So I'm going to just leave these here. If Camden wants to try coming for them. And I'm gonna go for it. Oh. That's bad. That's a turret. Let's not. Yeah, no.
Ruth.
Go, 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 go.
We're good. Hell yeah.
So I tried going to the fire escape. There were too much bad shit. Too much bad shit.
Yeah.
Too much bad shit.
There's quite a bit.
Too much bad shit.
Yeah. Cute.
Whew.
Hell yeah.
So I walked in. There
Yeah.
were 2 yippee bugs. I heard.
Was it 2 nutcrackers?
No, it was 2 yippee bugs. I'm pretty sure I heard a mantis shrimp. And as I was walking in, I saw the bracken, and I got it to back off, but like I didn't feel like walking in the direction it went in. I was just like, you know what? No, I think I'm good here. I think I'm good here.
Yeah. Damn.
And my flashlight was dead, so I wasn't fucking around with it. I was not.
Yeah.
And especially, like, I think if I had...
Oh, Doctor, you're...
If I'd been holding the shovel instead of the stop sign, I may have felt a little better about going for, what's it called? Going past the yippies, but I was like, no, this is asking to die.
We got quite a lot of stuff though, so that's good. Dude,
we did a pretty good job.
after I brought 8 objects into the ship, it said I had to scan. I was like, there can't be that much left. It said there were 26 more items.
Oh my god.
Worth $4,011.
Damn.
Like there's
Wait,
so much
is that
stuff
spawn?
there.
No!
No! Oh shit. Oh no.
You took my wife from me. Now I must take something you love.
No! No!
I must.
Not Rini.
Doctor, you're...
Not Doctor, you're here.
You have another one!
We can't. They're both so majestic. We mustn't sell the babies.
Oh, Doctor, you're...
I am selling Rini though. You already have 2 Rinis over there.
That is true, but I don't have an independent Rini.
Yeah, Adventuring triggered the doomed Yuri. Now a price must be paid.
My baby.
He was only worth $7.
$7? What?
Oh, no, I
Really
think he was worth $700. Because I'm looking at our
Okay.
profit quote and it says 2,400.
Dang.
I feel like that was a glitch. I feel like that was a glitch.
Probably.
Okay. Damn. Pro 4. And
We really have to stay alive.
shovel 2. There. Duck! Put the duck somewhere safe.
Yes. We love a rubber ducky.
We do. I love ducks. I love ducks so much. I love ducks. I love ducks so much.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Got it? Cool.
It's not doctor ratio.
Ba-dum-ba-da.
Excuse me.
Doctor ratio.
No.
That is
Doctor
a pretty good
ratio,
name.
Veritas ratio does not have the fucking monopoly on ducks. I have been a duck lover my entire life. Camden
This is
knows.
true. She
I have
has
an
been a duck
entire
lover.
shelf of duck plushes.
She has a shelf of ducks.
An
and a duck
entire-
plush that has been with her for a long time.
Like probably like no, not maybe at least 15 years. So
Yeah. She is
I
a duck.
ducks are
believer.
mine. In this circle, ducks are for Allegra.
But it's cute that ratio also appreciates
It is cute that
ducks.
ratio also appreciates it. But just
Look
as
at them, the happy family.
the duck emotes that I just sent are from an actual rubber duck that I absolutely don't have in the background of my streams. I don't know what you're talking about. And for either for my birthday or for Christmas one year, one of my friends got me a duck holding a knife plush. That's one of the ones that's on the shelf above my computer.
That's cute.
Yeah, no, ducks are my thing.
We support a murderous duck.
Let's go back to Titan. Fuck it. Fuck it, we
Let's
ball.
do it.
Fuck it, we ball.
We can
What
get
is my
a lot of
favorite
stuff from Titan.
duck Pokemon? That's really hard. That's really hard to pick. Because obviously Quaxley, like, was an absolute banger. But Psyduck has been in my life for such a long time. And I am also very fond of Ducklet as well. So like really like it's kind of like the answer is just kind of yes, honestly, I think is what it comes down to. Yes. Yeah, the Quaxley line is excellent because here we got Ducklet is a New York duck and kind of an asshole, and I vibe with that. Quaxley is a Brazilian duck and dances samba and does capoeira. Relatable.
Oh, I love that.
And Psyduck is just a confused little guy, and I'm just like, you know what? That's so valid. Psyduck is stressed out, and I think so am I all the time. So you know. Oh no, I'm the #1 Oshawott fan. Don't mistake me. Oshawott is the #1 Pokemon. But a lot of my other Pokemon are ducks, birds, water creatures, you know.
The whole shebang.
Yeah, there are a lot of blue Pokemon in my favorites.
Water is your favorite element.
Water is my favorite element. Camden saw my list, and those of you who were on stream saw my list on Tuesday.
Yeah, for anyone who missed that, I joined Allegra's stream in person, and she was there with me as I ranked my favorite Pokemon.
Spheal is up there, but Oshawott has always been #1. Oshawott is the #1 baby. Oh, it's the mask.
Oh.
How about we don't and say we did?
As long as you don't put it on, I think we should be okay.
Plastic fish. Pickles. That's the real one. Okay. That's kind of disappointing. The real fire escape is down here. Kind of a bummer. The Spheal Christmas plush? You mean my Spheal Christmas plush? Oh, yeah, I see why Camden did not continue going this way. Cool. No. Hello, I hear a Camden. Oh, right, okay, so this is the fire exit. The real one. Fire exit, comma, the real one. Uh-oh. Camden? Uh-oh. Skip ba 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 doo ba. Skip ba ba da skip dibby 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 dibby. Wow. Oh, hey.
Inventory slot. Hi.
Hi.
Doth thou know the way back?
Oh, it's that. Oh, you have the bad thing. It's this way, I believe, or am I wrong? No, I'm wrong.
Oh shit.
Well, I found tragedy as well.
Oh, cool.
And I don't want to look at either of them, so. Up like this, maybe? Yes.
Oh, cool. I'm gonna take a trip back to the ship.
Cool. Take as many trips as you feel like. I've got a lot of stuff here. What? What the fuck? Well, so the thumper was definitely under there. I sincerely do not see a path to get to this area. I think, honestly, we may have explored most everything. Well, not just this thing. Oh, not bad.
Allegra.
Yeah.
There's dogs.
I saw.
And on the stairs.
I saw.
Oh my god. Okay, so I'm gonna try.
No, fire escape isn't nothing. I found this fire escape
Nothing?
door already. Yeah.
Okay.
It's basically, you probably found it while going around. I don't know how much else there is at this point, honestly.
I kind of want to look.
Okay. I'm gonna try taking this down. All right. Okay. Oh shit, you're right, the noisy robot. Fucking, are you kidding me?
Women.
Shit. Oh, fucking hell, I was too late. Okay, fine. not worth it. Whew. Okay. Ho ho! It was a coil head. Okay. Okay. Damn.
Damn, I didn't even see the coil head.
You know what sucks? I saw you getting chased by something and I tried to teleport you back in and it didn't work. So I apologize.
Yeah, I was getting chased by Bracken and Ghost Girl.
Oh, fuck. Okay, yeah, that's... Ugh.
Yeah.
I saw
and then
something...
the coil head took me out. I didn't even see the coil head.
Yeah, I watched the way the coil head, it's really interesting watching it on the map. And the way it just kind of goes it's fast. It's fucking fast. I tried really hard to get you out of there, and I couldn't do it.
Jeez.
And then you saw me try. I tried
to
go get the stuff. And I heard the dog, and I was like, where was it? And then I was like, wait a second. And I looked up, and I was like, yeah, no, nope.
Yeah, we're going, nope, not today.
Not today, Satan. Not today.
Not today.
Yeah, that's a good point from Mikanse. I'm going to move Doctor so that I have clearer access to the button.
Yes.
Do you have... Yes. Okay, good. We have stuff for you.
Oh, cool. Sweet. All right, I'm ready.
He's just too huge. He is just too huge.
We support a huge doctor.
We support a huge doctor, but sadly, huge doctor was just a little too close to the button, and we gotta make sure that Leggy has room to work.
Fair.
When she's on monitor duty, she needs room to work.
For sure.
Love huge things. I thought you loved massive things.
Pickles!
Oh, wow.
A teal gift pickle.
Oh my god, it's my
favorite. Oh, not the bracket again.
I wish we could close the Bracken door. Like...
Right? Just lock him in there.
Yeah, fuck that guy. I mean, I would never speak ill of Alma's spouse.
Right, no, of course not.
Cube pickle!
Dead end stairs, so looks like downstairs is the only way to go.
That it is. Okay. I tried right. Right isn't working. Let's try left.
Oh, hello, maze system.
We are just gonna hug the left and see what happens.
Sounds good.
Jesus Christ.
Dude, this maze is in... Oh, not the picture frame.
Dead end over here. Let's keep this door closed in case. Because it's got two vents there, and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna keep that door closed, actually.
Yeah, good idea.
Yeah. Oh, server room, and dead end. Okay.
It just keeps going, dude.
Jesus Christ. What are we mourning about? More pickles!
Pickles! More pickles!
Alright, I'm full up already. Jesus.
I have 2 spaces.
There are more pickles over here. A fucking present box over here. Oh my god. Holy shit, this map is... Trash. Oh, hold on. Fake. Fuck.
And a trash cake.
Rubik's Cube. Nope. Nope.
So much stuff, so little space.
Yeah, I just found a Rubik's Cube, but I have no room.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, wait, hold on a second. That hit all the lights, yeah?
I thought we were gonna die.
Oh, no, no. Another cake. Oh my god. Oh, dude. Hold on. I must. I must. It's locked. Oh, wait, I have a key. Oh, for fuck's sake! If I die, it's Mina's fault. Oh god, fucking damn it.
What?
I'm haunted.
You're haunted?
Yeah, and I know where she is.
Dude, there's so much stuff.
Fuck off! Hi.
Do you know where to go?
No.
Oh, cute.
Wait! Oh my god, there are more cat cakes!
There's so much stuff, dude.
Sweet Daisy. Okay, I'm gonna die.
Oh my God.
Probably. But I just want you to know.
No. Wait, so much stuff there.
Look who I have. If I die,
Who do you have?
it's Mina's fault.
Oh my god. Not Robin. Did that L just spawn there?
The bell? No, was always there.
Oh shit.
Ugh, okay. That's definitely a way I came.
How do we get out?
Oh god, she's skipping!
My God.
Oh no. Oh, this is so bad.
You
This is
Little
so bad.
hold on.
Oh, wait, shit, that's not the real Camden. Oh my god. And that. And that. Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is bad. This is very bad. This is very bad. Oh, oh god.
I hate this. I don't know where to go.
Okay. I'm trying to think. How do I direct him? How do I direct him? Was that another? Oh, that was the other one I passed. Okay, no. That's my ghost.
Allegra, where do I go? Where the hell
Okay. Heads.
is the exit?
No. Okay, this is where I died. Okay.
Okay, this painting, I hate
Painting ain't worth
all
it.
my heart.
Okay.
I have to leave it.
Okay, I need to reorient myself. Okay, you go downstairs. Oh, she's just dancing there now? Your toe! Yeah, that was a coil head. You got coil headed right there.
I don't know where they come from. I haven't seen any of them. They just get me.
Yeah, that ghost girl was mean. That ghost girl was very mean.
Yeah.
Anyway,
She was messy.
I just want to point out that it's Mina's fault because I had Robin.
I think it's Curse of the Robin.
Yeah.
Damn.
Well, we lost our huges, but we did successfully keep the
Wow, we
flashlight.
lost everything. That's cute.
But we kept the shovel and flashlight, so that's good to know.
That's so weird. Usually it wipes everything. Is it like, does it save it now?
Maybe it saves purchased items? Like, does that make sense? The idea of it saving the purchased items?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, how much do we need to get? 349.
That's actually not terrible.
That's not bad.
Wait, let
We
me
can do
let me
it.
do a scan. Hold on.
Do it.
Okay, 31 objects, $5,000. Let's fucking do this.
Oh my gosh.
Do you have a fish friend right now?
I think I do.
I'm so jealous of you.
Oh, I do.
I'm
gonna start at fire escape.
Okay. I will start at the main, and
Okay.
we'll see what happens.
We'll reconvene.
Yeah. Okay, world is our oyster. Woohoo, no, not doing that. Okay. Okay. That's our first Monya. I know I said Monya Monya, but that's one Monya. Here, I'll just drop this off here. Right here. Okay. Let's try going straight. Left. Oh, I got 2 doors here. This looks like it's gonna be the other set. Yep, okay, cool. Oh. I thought I saw something else. Oh my god, is it all Sweet Sesame? Okay, this is fine. This is fine. I don't remember who Sweet Sesame is, though. Who's Sweet Sesame again? Oh, it's pre-emo Blade. Oh, right. Because, yeah. Damn. Well, we can make a pretty good haul off of this. We got... Oh, fuck. Already. Oh my god, there were 2 on top of it. Oh my god. Fucking hell.
Give it some time.
Hi.
Hi. There's near activity detected by
Oh,
fire
well, come with
escape.
me. I keep finding so many, so.
Yeah, there's a lot.
And it's oops all inching.
Love that.
I mean, it could have been oops all Acheron, but you know what? Whatever.
Yeah, that was messy. But we love that it's all cat cakes.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. That part's pretty nice. Okay, I kind of walked around this area a little bit.
Oh, slime.
Oh, okay, that's one of the grates that opened. Okay. I heard 2 grates open.
Okay. Well, slime will take.
Yeah. Let's close this door.
Ah!
What?
I'm alive. Okay, it was a turret.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
Damn.
Just keep dropping them off, I guess. Oh, right. Homophobic. Oh, that's the turret. Okay. A key. Oh, where are you?
Am I getting closer to you?
I hear you. Hi.
Hi.
Okay, it's this way.
Okay, good. Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a trip down to the...
Good. I left so much out there. Me? Oh, is Acheron mad? Yeah. Acheron might be. Oh, Jesus Christ. Whew. That was close. No! What? Camden? Hi.
I've been dropping them off the ledge.
Nice. Did you yell? Did you go inside
Yeah.
and yell?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, mimic me?
Possibly.
There's this. A cookie sheet.
Oh, yep, there's definitely, Yep.
Wait, we can't leave yet. I have so many cat cakes. They're all on this platform right here.
I got the rest.
Oh, shit. Ouch. Porcupines are everywhere. Is that me or you?
What is what, me or you?
Well, that was you.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, shit.
Here.
Oh, okay.
Are there any that need to be picked up?
I think there's some that are gonna be on the ground around here.
Oh, crap. Yeah. It's under the urchin.
So much room.
I dropped
Oh.
everything outside.
Fuck. Yeah.
I'm gonna leave myself away.
Okay.
Oh, shit. These urchins are gonna... Oh, okay.
Ah, no! Just leave. It killed the fish. Oh, I'm such a bitch. Really? I'm in the ship?
Yeah. Okay, it's around this way.
Camden, leave. Oh.
Got so many. Here.
Here, Camden. Oh my god. Just get, oh my god. I hear you. No. Just hide out on top. Just hide on top. Just stay on top.
Hey, I have an answer to that. It's you. It's Astra. It's Astra Yao. You are the best singer.
Oh my god.
Oh, shit. Go. Oh, fuck.
Look. I've got 2 things. Yeah, and I've got 2
That's
things
not
in my
you.
inventory as well, so may as well.
Oh, shit.
Oh my god.
There was no way.
Fucking go.
Dude,
Oh my
there was
God.
no way.
There were 2 Allegra mimics. An Allegra mimic and a Camden mimic were just
There were-
camping in the ship.
I know. I know. And there was a dog, and there was a sea of urchins.
Yeah, and I saw,
They were
and I saw the dog killed the fishy.
I know. Damn.
Oh wait,
Well-
is that was day? Oh.
Yeah. That's it.
Oh.
All. Damn.
Oh,
Rough time.
We shouldn't have been so greedy.
But oh my gosh.
Okay, okay.
There were so many.
Okay, for shits and giggles, you wanna just go out with a bang and do one more Titan run?
Just go like all the way in. Yeah.
Yeah, let's fucking do it. Do you want a flashlight or nah?
Nah.
Let's do it. Let's go out with a bang. It's already after midnight. Let's fucking go.
Hell yeah.
Buster, maybe I'll take it all!
Here we go. Off.
Okay, we need to figure out what happened with these mimics, though. Like, what the fuck?
How they can go through everything?
Also, like,
I know.
I'm also just very confused by, like... So this is the part that scared me. The Camden mimic was, like, in the corner, hiding the way you would.
Oh my
during
gosh,
a dog attack.
yeah.
Yeah, like hiding the way we would during a dog attack. Oh, there's a fucking urchin on the... God damn it.
Oh gosh, it's getting bigger. Oh,
And there's a spring on the... Hold on. Whoa! Didn't mean to do that. Okay. I was trying to push it, not...
Oh, I'm not really sure of the physics of this, but let's see if I can...
cute. Keep going.
I'm going inside. I'll see you in a sec.
All right.
Could the mimics mimic your movement? Man, I don't know. Terrifying if true. Where?
Okay.
There's a turret right there, right there, right there, right there, right there, yeah.
For sure.
Okay, of course, of course, of course. Oh. At least I have you, air horn. God fucking...
Dead end down here.
God bracken asshole. Fucking... Oh my god!
Oh god, not weeping angel.
Captain!
I know, I see. Where that was the way that immediately spawned is crazy. Okay, we need to see if we can lead it somewhere.
Hold on. Why don't we look... Okay, look away right now.
Yeah. In the room? Yes. Oh! It moved its arms!
Yep, it did.
Just like the weeping angel. Oh, shit. No, you're fine. Okay, look away. Advance away. Okay.
One more time. 3,
yeah, go.
2, 1.
2, 1.
All right.
Okay.
3, 2,
2, 1.
1. Okay.
Oh. Okay, we're good. We're good.
Okay, remember, it goes through doors. It goes through doors.
I'm looking at it.
Okay, cool.
Go back.
We'll try the door trick, but I'm pretty sure doors don't work on this motherfucker.
I think it can work for a little bit. It's already trying at the door.
Maybe it worked. Okay. Another one?
No, that was... Oh, yep. Let's try fire escape.
Fucking, let's do it.
Allegra?
Yeah.
It got through the door.
Well.
Where are you?
I'm over here.
Okay,
Let's leave.
Okay.
Oh.
Did it... Oh. Yeah. Wait, did I just hear his voice over the phone as he died? What the... What? Oh my god. That was Camden's dying noise, I think. Or a scream. Is it always like that? That was mean. Yeah, sounds like Camden. So, map's cursed. Map's cursed. Map's just cursed. Map is just cursed. Oh, there are mimics now too? Oh. Really? Whatever. So you hear the screams of your dying friend? Is that how the phone works? God damn.
Dude, what is that?
This phone?
It just, is that me screaming?
I don't know. It sounds like it could be you, but it might not
As
be.
you have not met the profit quota, your performance has been deemed below standard. Welcome to our disciplinary process.
I can't hear it.
Bye!
Bye! Oh.
The phone's just a random scream. Okay. Okay, apparently the phone is
any of
just
the
a
other
random
dimes.
scream. Yeah, it's just
It's just a random scream?
It sounds similar to you though.
Yeah, it kind of does.
So that was cursed. Oh, and then did you see I tried to go through the fucking other one and there was a turret right there. That's illegal.
Yeah, there was a turret right at you, dude.
The fact that I technically made it back to the ship and survived feels like I shouldn't have been able to.
Nice.
Like I don't think I should have been able to survive. Which is kind of great. Like, oh my god. Great asset. Great asset.
Greatest.
Great asset.
Oh my gosh. Well, this was fun.
Wow.
Just chilling and hanging out and doing some lethal together.
Damn, like
I love this game.
I feel like we had like we were doing really well, and then all of a sudden we weren't, and then all of a sudden we were not doing well.
We were not doing well.
And it was just
all
like
out of
bad.
point there.
And it was just like
It was just, yeah, one awful thing after another.
They really would not let us breathe for a second with that last run.
No.
They would not. They were just like, oh, I'm sorry. Haha, do you want to just kind of like have a little bit of fun there?
Yeah.
Jesus. You know what? I wish I hadn't tried to go outside. I wish we had just left after those, like with those cat cakes. Like when we had oops all former blade.
I mean, we did give it a good run and a good try. I'm proud of us.
Yeah.
For sure.
Mon Dieu.
Crazy.
Fucking Dieu.
Ugh.
Ugh. Wow. Well, I feel like I learned something today. Did you learn something today?
That the mimics go through walls.
Yeah, fucking apparently.
Right?
Ugh.
That was rude. Well, Emily is streaming.
Oh, and that Acheron's never coming home. But that the doctor is huge.
The doctor is huge.
The doctor is huge. You know what?
We
I'm glad we
that.
learned that. I'm glad we learned just how
the
huge
extent
the
to how big the doctor is.
Yeah, because he seems like he's pretty huge. I think he's pretty huge. Yeah, I'm gonna go
very hefty even.
Oh no, it's with a Y. I mess it up every time. Lisa Neville. There we go. Every time.
All right.
Every time.
Let's initiate our raid.
Yeah! I have initiated raid
Yay.
as well.
Cool.
Everyone?
Well, countdown has started.
Yeah.
Screaming compilation win.
Oh my
gosh.
god. We had some good ones. We had some good ones
We
today.
had some really good ones, especially at the beginning, I think.
We had great ones like on the discovery of Huge Doctor. And then
Oh my
immediately finding
gosh,
one of my
the
mimics
best.
there. The fact that one of my mimics showed up so soon after that was like, mwah, chef's kiss. Like,
Yeah.
that was kind of great. That was kind of great.
It
Anyway,
was pretty awesome, I must say.
yeah, thank you guys.
Well, thank you guys so much for joining Allegra and me in our fun little cozy late night lethal
Our
stream.
cozy, absolutely not at all murderous.
No, of
lethal
course
stream.
not.
We did so well. We did so well. We did, and then we didn't.
Yeah,
yeah.
we did and then we didn't, but we'll be back playing lethal again with the rest of our family very, very soon.
Yeah, I have a feeling. I know Molly said she wanted to do Monday, so I'm pretty sure we can do that. We'll check with Mina, but we will find out soon. Thank you all so much for joining us. Have fun with Emily. Bye.
All right, take care. Bye.